Morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, October 18th. I'd like to call the council meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Our meeting is also being broadcast live. So with that, let's begin. First, we're moving to our item of adoption of agenda. If I can get are there any changes to the agenda, council? Seeing none, hearing none, okay. If I can get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move we adopt the agenda as presented.
Any comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We're just going to move on our words of proclamations just later on in today's agenda. So we're just going to jump to item D, which is our adoption of minutes. Our first minutes, which is minutes of October 4th, 2022, regular council minutes. We'll be looking for a motion for this subject to Doug's sign off. Are there any comments or questions in regards to any of the minutes? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I just noticed under the motion in regards to the golf course, it said and/or Preservation Society. I thought that what we want to do is involve both, and so I'm just wondering, I'm finding the wording, I just wanted to prefer that we were following up both the golf course and Preservation Society in regards to the risk assessment.
What item was that?
Sorry, what day as well? I apologize. Thank you. Item 7. It just says that council direct administration contact Lakeside Green Golf Course and/or the Lakeside Preservation Society. I just thought it was supposed to be and Lakeside Preservation Society.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely fine, in my opinion, as well, to ask both.
Yeah, so we just think of the word "or."
Agreed. Any concerns? Concerns? Missy, does that make sense for you? Okay. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I had a couple other ones. E, the second motion. And these are just spell check side of things. Continued. One, not correctly. And item 10, council gives the third reading, not the first reading.
Any other comments or questions? Missy, your catch those? Okay. All right. With that, if I could get a motion to accept the October 4th, 2022 regular council meetings as amended, subject to Doug's sign off. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we adopt the Tuesday, October 4th, 2022 minutes of the regular council meeting as amended.
I still have to have subject to. Have to have subject to. Subject to Doug's sign off.
Oh, yes, subject to sign off by the administrator.
Yeah. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, which is the minutes for Human Services Advisory Board meeting, April 20th, 2022. Are there any comments or questions in relation to this minutes? If I can get a motion to accept those minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we adopt the Human Services Advisory Board meeting April 20th, 2022 as presented.
Any comments or questions, council? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to our mid-year report and meeting minutes for the Police Communications Committee. Are there any concerns or comments in relation to these minutes? If I can get a motion to accept the minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move we adopt the minutes of the Police Communication Committee as presented for February 10th, 2022, March 17th, 2022, April 28th, 2022, May 19th, 2022, and June 16th, 2022. July 21st, 2022. As presented. Pending administrator's approval.
Any comments or questions? Council D?
I don't think these need to be approved by the minister. I think it's just our council meetings, not the committees.
I believe that's correct, yes. Fantasy.
I will amend my motion to approve the mid-year report dated August 20th, 2022.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to our consent agenda, which is item number 1, which is Minor Sports Task Force, presented by Councillor Shannon Dean.
Yes, thank you. I will say that this task force is very motivating task force that is excited to be able to get moving on some projects, and so to assist with that, there's just some things that we as a council need to do just to follow up on as council and administration, and so. First of all, they're coming forward with a lot of great questions. And so my first request that I would have would be, I had submitted all of the documents that were to be attached for this. Those were included at our meeting earlier this week for the agenda, but unfortunately, you can just see that had some miscommunication. So I'm wondering if I can get those attached. There's 4 documents, I believe, that I had sent to administration. I'm wondering if we can get those attached for when we produce the minutes after. I just noticed that they weren't attached. And I apologize. I didn't get a chance, although we can follow up on that. Okay. Because some of the things that I'm about to say have a lot of context to it. Without those documents, and I believe we consent agenda, those attachments would be important because that's what we are, consenting to. And so one of the things is that we need to approve the terms of reference. And so at our meeting on September 15th, the Minor Sports Task Force brought forward a draft proposal on the terms of reference. That was one of the attachments that I had sent in. And so what I would ask is not that we approve the draft, but rather I would like to have council direct administration to using the draft terms of reference that's been created by the Minor Sports Task Force to come back to the November 1st council meeting with a finalized terms of reference for council to approve. And if council is comfortable making that a formal motion, administration actually has to do that. So, because we need the actual TOR approved.
If I might, through the mayor to council, in second council in November, just because the November 1st council meetings are quite full.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Henry?
Yeah. Caleb, could you magnify the screen a little bit for?
Yes.
You're supposed to hear. I apologize. Sorry, we can start with that one. So yeah, thank you. I didn't realize I was up on the screen. Thank you, Kellen. So the first one, this one included tier terms of reference. It was a separate document, but again, it's basically what we had talked about before. Adding, but we would like to look at adding a couple of people and also just adding some things that council had talked about. So actually, perhaps can we pull up that terms of reference? Yeah, so this is the draft terms of reference, so Council Task Force on Minor Sports Development will advise and support Council with the enhancement and development of indoor and outdoor sports facilities. Task Force will also develop and implement action plans to develop recommendations to Council on how to support the overall growth and development of minor sports in Chestermere. So that would be the mandate of the committee. There are a number of duties in there that have been outlined that we would like to look at. One of the ones that I think is important on there that Council had spoken about back in the spring would be item I, that the task force will have opportunity to review feasibility studies provided to Chestermere City Council and may or will provide feedback. One of the things that does exist on this on this committee is a lot of historical knowledge of recreation in our community. There's a number of people that are on this committee that have been involved in recreation in our community for a very long time. And so them having some of that access to some of these feasibility studies, just to give some feedback on some things that they're seeing, I think would be super valuable. And then under member organizations, you may recall that previously what we had done is we had approved people, and then we had talked about the idea that it wasn't a good idea to have people assigned to it, but rather organizations assigned to it. So that way if a board member changes out or something happens, which happens lots with minor sports organizations, that the organization would still be attached. And under there, we currently have Crushers Baseball, Vikings Athletic Association, United Football, Chiefs Football, Minor Hockey, Minor Baseball, and Snowfish. That's who was approved earlier. And as part of what we would like to do is we would like to also see added Chestermere Basketball, Chestermere Pickleball, Chestermere Speed School, Olympus Boxing Club. Those organizations serve a lot of youth in our community as well, and pickleball, I didn't know this. I've learned this recently. It's one of the fastest growing sports in North America. So, and so there is an association now here in Chestermere. And so I think having them as part of our recreation development plan, I think would be valuable. So this would be the draft. And so what I would like to do is send this off to administration just to review. I would encourage administration. I think that this is a fairly well developed GOR, and so I think it's going to be I think it's going to be very simple, just to make sure that we've done everything from a legislative point of view. So on that then, I'd like to make a motion, the council direct administration to utilize the draft terms of reference as presented for the minor sports task force for the meeting on September 15th to bring back to council for approval for the second council meeting in November.
Thank you. Any comments or questions, Council? Councillor Hanlon?
Just one question, I guess, for web services. Is this terms of reference, does this mean we're going to be modifying the bylaw to organize committees? All the other committees are basically in that in terms of reference you define there. I just want to get clarification.
Yeah, no, I believe each one has its own terms of reference, right?
Yeah, it's all part of the bylaw.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Through the Mayor to Councillor Henley. On November 8th, we are coming to the organizational meeting where I'm certain that we will be speaking to all committees and boards. I do know with Callan and myself, we've done a lot of digging with respects to committees and boards regarding the terms of reference. And there are currently 4 committees and boards that are not included within that bylaw. I can't speak to whether or not the minor sports task force is included in that bylaw. So I can't answer your question at this moment. But if maybe we could put this on hold until that meeting, that would probably be my recommendation.
So in the meeting on the 8th, you're saying that we're going to be reviewing all the terms of reference and
all of the committees and boards come to that meeting and are readdressed.
okay. Is it possible, just to speak, is it possible with what Councillor Dean has brought forward that staff can look at that as relates to our other terms of reference, I guess, that we might have in relation, if there is such a thing. As you mentioned, you're not sure if there is. And then from this, if there is not, then we potentially would be looking to add this to our bylaw. And they can staff make sure that this is the format that they want, given the particular items that Councillor Dean wishes to add.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do we need a different motion to do this, or do we use the one that Councillor Dean just mentioned?
No, I think we could use the motion that he mentioned, that have administration review it,
Okay.
and then I would just go with that one.
Okay, Councillor Bo?
Jerry Control has his.
Sorry, I didn't see that. Jerry, are you available to speak?
Yeah, good morning, Council members. So basically what Ms. Brewer has said is that these terms of reference will be reviewed by administration and brought back to council for approval on this terms of reference. As of November 8th, we were looking at bringing all of, that's the organizational as well, bringing all the committees back, just like Ms. Brewer had said, making sure that everything's up to date and that we have all the terms of references that we need for all the committees.
Okay, so Jerry, are you suggesting that they review this terms of reference, and then if it can be used, then it would just, if there's any changes that are needed to be placed on it to fit within what administration may recommend, they would do that for that meeting?
That's correct. We have to review this terms of reference. So administration will be reviewing this terms of reference and then bringing it back to council for approval on this board and committee.
Okay, do you need a motion for that right now?
No, I think the motion is fine. It's I believe Councillor Dean basically stated, I'm just going to paraphrase it, that the administration look at this and use it if we can, and kind of reconfigure it. I believe that's what Councillor Dean has stated.
Support for what you said.
I would say that, I mean, this was originally created, this one was originally created by staff and sent to Minor Sports Task Force. So this was actually originally created by previous staff, sent to the task force. There's a bit of a delay in between. And so I don't know if it's a use if we can, so much as I do think that this is a strong TOR. And so, yeah, I would like to see this used as much as possible.
For sure.
We'll review it, and I'm certain that it's probably fine. All of them are under review, so
Yeah.
we'll just bring them back on November 8th as per the organizational meeting.
Excellent. You know, I agree with Councillor Dean as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so speaking to the, I guess, your motion, already stated, or are you comfortable with what you've provided?
I'm good, but do you need me to restate? Because it was a few minutes ago.
Sure, why not?
Okay, so I would like to direct administration to review the terms of reference, the draft terms of reference that has been created by the Minor Sports Task Force, and to bring back any minor proposed changes that may need to be made to it, but use this as the framework for the terms of reference for the Minor Sports Task Force.
Any comments or questions, Council? All in favor? Carried?
When we bring back the terms of reference, they can be added, subtracted, as well. So if, for example, pickleball decides they don't want to go in there, they can be removed from the terms of reference as well, or added.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, so that provides the clarity that you're a good builder, Shannon.
Yeah, and then finally, I'd like to make one final motion then that for this, and if council would like to see all of them, I believe Callan has all of them at this point, that to the consent agenda would be added it's the minutes from the the minutes from the January 24th, 2022 Minor Sports Task Force meeting, the minutes from the September 15th meeting, the recreation outline for Chestermere, and then as well as the draft terms of reference. That's what should have been. Those should have been the 4 attachments that should be as part of this. And so I would just like to make a motion for council direct administration to add those 4 attachments for when the as part of the minutes from this, just to have those four attachments on there.
Okay, if I can make that motion, or is
Yes,
that?
I'd like to make the motion that the four attachments be added to the final minutes from the October 18th council meeting.
Excellent. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Shannon, does that conclude the
I
further?
think so, yeah.
Okay,
Unless council has any questions for me of things that came out of those two meetings with minor sports task force, I'd be willing to answer anything that council may want to know.
I just had one question. I was wondering if we can look forward to, I'm not sure if it can be done that quickly, but possibly adding the idea of looking into turf, of the city sponsoring or helping or supporting the turf at the high school. The idea of putting in synthetic turf.
Yes, I actually can speak to that. So there was a committee that was formed a number of years ago, pre-COVID, called Friends of Chestermere. And they were looking at adding that synthetic turf. That committee had formed the last time that they had met, though, from my understanding, was either was late 2021 or early 2022. And there have been some funding issues with that. However, I can say two things on that. One, this committee, while it's made up of hockey and football, rugby and soccer, they all really want to work together to help each other get rec facilities, which I think is good. And as part of that discussion, this conversation came up, and so this committee would certainly be very interested in exploring how to do that and bringing some proposals back to council. So yes, there's definitely an interest in doing that. There had been some work that had been previously done. One of the committee members was looking into it and just has not sent it back to me yet.
Yeah, I'd be excited to hear about that. And I'm not sure of the exact ownership of the area where the field is compared to the high school. If there's large enough space there to add other amenities that they may be interested in, that some of these nicer facilities are adding to some of these areas. So, but I think we have to start with maybe working with staff to find out what the size of the area that you're allowed to consider that's inside the sports area at the high school.
Yeah, I would say two things. One, there was a announcement that was made yesterday for the fields in Howard Field where they had done all that development down at Shoals, and now they're getting a dome over their artificial turf that's going to be temporary. So they're just going to set it up during winter months. And as someone who used to coach band football down there, like that's a huge addition. Band High School football, that's going to be a huge addition to add down there. And so looking at seeing how we can do that. I'm going to take you that one too. And then two, I wonder if that's something we can work with a planning development and just find out who owns what in that area.
I think it'd be a great idea to do that. Do it at first.
Yeah, I apologize. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You just actually reminded me of something that this committee would actually like to propose to council that we do a bit of a field trip together. And what they would like us to do is council and the committee areas that we're proposed to go look at. Was to go look at the facility in Strathmore, to go look at the one that's in Bowness, the soccer field dome that is down in Bowness. And now I would like to go look at the one when they do this one down in Shoals. I'd like to go have a look. And so I don't think a motion is needed at this time, but I think some organization for an administration to look at that. So a field trip with this committee, field trip so to speak, I think would be really good for us to show support for what this committee wants to do. And if everybody can attend, great. But if only a few of us can go, I think that would be good to go look at a couple of these other facilities and look at some ideas that we can borrow from.
I wonder if we do need a motion to try and ask staff to look into the feasibility of actually putting the dome and the turf on that lands to get it actually moving. I mean, council has to we have to make sure we get council's agreement to look into these things. But, and make sure that, I guess, we're not spending too much money on the feasibility analysis of it. But, Jerry, what's your thoughts on that? Can we ask council today if they wish to agree to such a thing? And for staff to look into the feasibility of that?
You can actually make a motion administration to look into, basically the feasibility of the turf, as well as working with the school board. So if we're looking at Chestmere High School, for example, the artificial turf, that is MRS, which is a school reserve. So there'd have to be an agreement with the Rugby School Division, as well as looking into a few things. So definitely I would have make a motion to have administration look into it and then bring a report back to council.
Okay, all right. Councilor Dean, are you comfortable with that, council?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm comfortable making that motion too.
Sure. Yes.
So I would like council to direct the administration to look at feasibility of artificial turf at Chestmere High School, and to look at the feasibility of artificial turf at Chestmere High School, and to speak to all parties that would be involved, including rugby schools. And go.
Excellent. Any comments or questions, Councilor Hanlon?
If you also want to make a second motion to, for administration to arrange for.
Yeah, I was going to get to that one. Yeah.
Are there any comments from Councilor Dean's first?
Just for clarification, we're talking the current high school site, not the future high school site.
Current high school site. Yes.
Just so that everybody's aware of which.
Yes. Councilor Dean?
I guess the only other comment I would make is I would be willing to connect. I would be willing to connect administration with the individual who's on this committee, who has a ton of background information on this. And so instead of publicly, outing him right now, so to speak, just I'll connect it with admin, because admin knows a lot of work that was already done on this.
Yeah, no, they're becoming more popular, so they're probably getting a lot more easy to access. But that's great. Okay, in relation to Councilor Dean's first motion, all in favor? Carried. I need a second motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that administration work with the Municipal Task Force Committee and council on organizing a field trip to look at other like-minded, other recreation facilities.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, excellent. All right, we'll move on to number 2, which is our healthcare initiatives. Now, initially, this is just an update that I'm looking to provide on some of the initial discussion that I had with Minister Jason Coping, Minister of Health. One of the concepts that we're looking at, is many Chestermere folks are already aware of, is that Chestermere has a 24-hour ambulance now, which is exceptional. However, that ambulance can still be called away, or after it has dropped off, patients can be detoured on its way back to Chestermere. So one item that we were looking at is the possibility of having a dedicated ambulance on top of that 24-hour ambulance. And that dedicated ambulance would only be for Chestermere residents. It could be expanded to Chestermere and area, which could include Langdon, for example. There can also be more than one. This would also allow us to, it's kind of the way that in my discussion with the Minister, Jason Coping, was that it's kind of a tri-funded model. You got AHS, which would fund any of the ambulance as it is picking up patients and taking them to the hospital, etc. And then as it's sitting in Chestermere waiting, that would be an potential investment from Chestermere City, as well as potentially with the government of Alberta. I don't know exactly how they would fully fund their side of it, but obviously Minister Coping would. And so he was interested in that kind of a concept, which is something that council needs to decide if they wish to look into, and then ultimately the cost of such a thing to bring forward so that council can make a decision for the benefit of residents. Our second discussion point that we were talking about with that I was talking about with Minister Coping was in regards to our walk-in clinics shortages that are happening, not just in Chestermere, but all over. One of the concepts was using the existing infrastructure that is available, which is our current clinics, and talking with them about the investment into that of opening on the weekends and evenings. There's conversation about using other professionals, for example, in our fire department as well, that can help facilitate some of that care depending on level of care. And then also, of course, additional doctors that we're looking to help provide some of those services in the evenings and weekends. And this would be another potential investment with the city of Chestermere to help get it started, as well as the province of Alberta. And so, what I think I'm looking for now is to get. I guess I'm recommending for a motion from council to allow staff to look into these discussions and these discussions further, which would be further to dig into the pro forma or funding model for the additional ambulance, and second, to look into and negotiate and discuss with walk-in clinics that are in Chestermere for how an evening and weekends may occur. And then from that, bring that back to council, and then it'll have to be, a multitude of conversations with the province, but it's just to get staff to start working on that. Are there any questions or comments in relation to those discussions? They're really in their infancy, I guess, those discussions, but the minister was interested in the creativeness of the ideas, which it's a very tough subject, trying to figure out how to handle all of the extra wait times and whatnot at hospitals. So it's definitely nothing that's easy. But it was neat to have that conversation. Any questions or comments? Councillor Funk?
Just one quick question. Do we have current space for the housing of additional ambulances, or will we need to?
In conversations with the groups that provide this additional service, they do require that the unit be stored inside. And so that is something that would need to be part of that conversation with staff, the full feasibility of the review. I think we can make it work, but again, we need to get staff to look into that and make sure that they do a proper feasibility review amongst current available storage, as well as costs, of course. And then come back to Chestermere. From what's exciting about it is that in initial discussions with the ambulance providers, they actually believe our costs will be quite low, which is makes it very interesting. But again, until we get the feasibility study, we really can't do much without that. So if I could get a motion to have staff negotiate with and do a feasibility review for additional ambulance or ambulances for Chestermere, and then to bring that back to council and that's it. Councillor Dean?
Are they negotiating, or are they something else? I just said negotiate. I'm not sure if they're negotiating. Are they talking? Are they exploring? Are they brainstorming? Are they?
Probably sure. Good point. It's not really negotiating. It's more of really gathering the information and figuring out how it would work for Chestermere specifically. Our city obviously is only a certain size, so it's not a bunch of these ambulances that will be needed. And so it's not that complicated, but it still requires that review. Councillor Dean?
Did you make a motion, or do you want me to take a stab at that?
Ask for a motion.
Right. Sorry, did you make? Because if you didn't, I have an idea on the motion. Choose as you said, and I can take a stab at this. But
Yes, please. No, go ahead.
Do you want to speak first before I make that one?
I'm just wondering, maybe call it a business plan or a, cost analysis.
That's probably better, cost analysis. Councilor Dean?
So I'd like to make a motion that council direct administration to look at the feasibility of another ambulance service in Chestermere that would include a business plan and cost analysis. Thank you, cost analysis. Business plan and cost analysis. And that this plan be Chestermere specific. How will this work in Chestermere? Can we put this on the screen as we're doing it so we can see it? Yeah. And we can put the words? Is that possible?
Councilor Hadley?
Yeah, I was, as you're going, I was starting down too, so, my recommendation was, admin look at augmenting, local ambulance and walk-in clinic services with the province and report, back to council with the cost and benefit analysis.
Cost analysis and business plan?
Well, benefits is basically business plan.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
That works. Stephen, say seven, okay.
Wait, the council directs admin to look into, augmenting, local ambulance and walk-in clinic services with the province and report back with a cost and benefit analysis to council.
Okay, so what do you recommend that he missed a couple of things there? Should be on your screen.
Council cost administration was the province and clinic, services for clinics. In conjunction with Mitchell.
Because it falls in provincial jurisdiction. Right?
Yeah, exactly. The, provincial, do we want the government or authorities? Because if we then maybe we could go HS or something else.
Or do we just add in conjunction with provincial government, and all related authorities, all appropriate, all just make it broad.
Callan, can you put with after conjunction? And then the cost analysis and benefits at the end.
That's good.
I think related and appropriate is redundant. I think we just say the word related.
Do we want to limit this to, remember you talked open about Chestermere specific, or you want to leave it open enough to say that, hey, maybe if this is a good idea and share the line then as well. So maybe some.
I wonder if local was enough, but do we want to put Chestermere?
Augmenting, do you want to say local and area? It'd be good to come back with both analysis, not just local and area. It'd be nice to say local and area. It's two options. Councilor Dean?
Is your thought, that was your desire on this? So one of the challenges I think that people may not be aware of with this 24-hour ambulance, you highlighted it a little bit, but it can get called down.
Yes,
It doesn't stay in Chester. It can get called to Strathmore. It can get called to Black Diamond. It's like every other ambulance. It can get called to wherever that call is. Are we trying to figure out a way to keep something closer to home? And if that's even, it may not even be possible, right? But I think that's kind of what we're getting at is how do we keep something closer to home?
That's exactly what we're talking about. Something that cannot be called away.
Yeah, so should that be in here somewhere? Because my concern is if we say local and area, We shoot ourselves in the foot of the very thing that we all want to do, because I think we've all heard from residents, they want something that's
right.
here.
How about we, before it's local and rural area? Because now we're saying, that we're sort of excluding the Calgary. If we have something here, something that can't be. Right, can be Calgary.
Councillor Funk?
Sorry, Your Honor, I know you can't turn this way.
Slow back.
I'm just wondering if we're getting a little bit too much into the weeds.
Yeah.
And that, really the cost benefits or cost analysis or cost benefits analysis, these kind of points are gonna come out in that. And that can be all stated within that. So to keep it a little bit more high level, and then it is for Chestermere, but it can be easily grown or adapted once we have the report back, right? So we can always go on it.
Councillor Henley?
I guess, to Councillor Funk's point, maybe get lost in the weeds here a little bit. I guess the point of this, is this motion sufficient enough for administration to understand council's desires?
Jerry.
Through the chair to council, my recommendation is to take out an area. Council direct administration to look into augmenting local ambulance and walk-in clinics in conjunction with the provincial government and all appropriate authorities, and return to council with the cost analysis and benefits. To my understanding, I'm sure this is going to be falling under my department as well. Analysis and benefits would look at any and all areas and what the benefits would be first and foremost to the city of Chestermere. It could end up going out to the side of the boundaries, but that would be all gathered in a report. One other thing that I am waiting for from Minister Copping is a report of our entire area on ambulance services as well. So I think that's really going to help when we bring this back to council. So I would just, in my opinion, just take out end area and leave your motion as is, and I understand exactly where council wants to go with this.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm comfortable with that, or are you guys? Councillor Henley? Okay, so with this motion, are there any further questions or comments on this motion? All in favor? Harry, thank you. Missy, yes, please. Yeah. Yes, Councillor Henley. Sorry. Yeah, another question, Councillor Dean?
Not a question, a comment. I'm sure that we're aware, but the public may not be aware that within the next 2 weeks, there's actually a new walk-in clinic that's opening in Kinniburgh. And the doctors have expressed there that their desire is to serve Chestermere residents first. It is a walk-in. It is going to be open on evenings and weekends. And it is opening sometime within the next 2 weeks. I don't have an opening. I would even love it if we could look at reaching out to them and maybe doing a bit of a launch even on Chestermere today, because this is something that's really important to our community, right? But my understanding, based on all the information that I have so far, is that this is opening sometime within the next 2 weeks. It is going to be evenings and weekends, and that their desire is to first open their services to Chestermere residents, kind of like for the first 3 or 4 days, not just, sorry, in terms of like a family doctor, so it's going to be walk-in and family doctor, and then they would expand outside of that, but they really want, their desire is to serve Chestermere first, so.
Well, that's a great suggestion for Chestermere today as well. And you know, you bring up a good point. When I was talking with the minister, the challenge of the hospitals was part of that discussion, and one of the issues was that most walk-in clinics are not open on weekends and evenings. And that's one of the busiest times of the hospitals is evenings and weekends. And so this was one of the ideas that was brought up, was trying to augment and see if it has, you know, effect on the hospitals so that they can somehow get things under control. So it's refreshing to see that a new clinic is already thinking of that.
Well, there's also a pharmacy attached to this clinic. And so if you are walking by Kinderberg right now, the pharmacy sign is already up. I don't know if the doctor office sign is already up, but for sure the pharmacy sign is up. And the pharmacy is going to be attached to the clinic. And so it's going to be a walk-in clinic with a pharmacy right there, doctor right there, and a gate. I think the most important thing to highlight, which is why I'm being repetitive on it, is they really want to be focused on Chestermere first, which I think is great.
Tremendous. Jerry, you had a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and just to council. Our department also has been working with some of the clinics, this is just really brief at the beginning. The challenge with walk-in clinics with also with the Minister Copping, what he stated is that they have to also change their scope of practice.
Sure.
So when we're out chatting with medical clinics for walk-in clinics, we have to see if they'll change the scope of practice. For an example, if it's a broken arm, you have to go to urgent care or to a hospital. Where yet the doctors in a walk-in clinic could still do that. So it's really about talking to those doctors and changing scope of practice. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of council as well.
That's a great point, Jerry. Yeah, trying to get that scope expanded for stitches and et cetera. Working with the doctors to understand what they should be doing, of course. Okay. We passed that motion. So on to the last point, which was additional training for council. One of the comments that was brought up that I just wanted to, just a quick point, is simply it's in regards to seminar and whatnot, I think that was looked at for restorative justice. So I'd just like to move through this quickly, is that I'd like to present a motion to allow the funding and support for the counselors that participated in the restorative justice training programs. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Councilor Dean?
Do you want us to speak to that at all?
Oh, you definitely can, yes.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for that. That's super appreciated. And I will I'll personally reach out to the organizers and let them know that this just passed, because they were very happy to hear it. It was a great conference with a great, with a lot of, it was really good. What restorative justice is the idea of looking at who's been harmed through a process, whether that be a criminal offense or otherwise, and then everybody has to be willing to participate, and then bring everybody into a room, and it's based on circles, it's based on Indigenous practices, and it was a phenomenal 3 days of training with a lot of local. So thank you to the Mental Health Coalition who put it together. The Mental Health Coalition really drove the bus on this, so to speak, through Synergy. And so those two groups kind of did drive the bus on bringing this in. And so I would first of all say thank you to council for the financial support on that in terms of us going. And I'd be happy to provide back to council, whether that's in a workshop offline or public. I'd love to be totally willing. Wander here with me. Be willing to share the resources that we were given at that conference, because it was certainly a very valuable 3 days.
Shannon, just for a point of clarity, so that program is supposed to help augment or preempt people from really getting pushed into the justice system, I guess, and try and get them at alternate options to look at rather than going. So
Thank you. I will rely on Councilor Ryan as well on this, because this is his world. And it's a bit of both. So it's not just that piece, but I think Councilor Ryan, with his background, if I may, I'll deflect.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So essentially, yesterday, workshop examples had a lot of value in it, especially in distinction between restorative justice and restorative practice. Restorative justice is triggered after criminal charges are laid. Restorative practice comes before that. So it's something that can be utilized anywhere really, in pretty much any community setting, including schools, councils, and non-profit organizations. So the emphasis was on how do you bring all the parties together to move on, to heal, and for parties to appreciate the actions. One of the focus was to kind of move away from the conventional justice model to a model that is more amenable to the community, that can be well utilized by everyone, really. One of the emphasis was to use a method, the restorative practice, so that everyone is involved. Whether it's the perpetrator, whether it's a bully in school settings, and the victim. And it's sort of it's another tool in the criminal justice toolbox. But it's something that is underutilized, and the emphasis was that it should be utilized more, and that not every matter is a criminal justice matter. So loads of value in it, indeed.
Oh, that's excellent. That's very good to bring that forward. Councillor Dean?
Yeah, the other value that this brings too is it provides further options within Chestermere for our own law enforcement things. And so this council already funds through HSAB funding, already funds an organization who runs a program where people are committed minor criminal offenses come do their court mandated hours. And this council already funds, helps to fund that program with that organization. And what this does, it's going to provide yet another opportunity. And this is council demonstrating, in my opinion, this is council demonstrating its willingness to look at different options so that we keep young people out of the court system, look at more restorative, and look at more look at further opportunities. And so by doing this and bringing this into our community, other organizations will be able to as well bring these youth in or bring people in that could be able to facilitate their, give back to the community, if you will, in further ways. And so I think this is something that's very valuable to be bringing into our community.
Jerry?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for actually putting this on the agenda. I know administration was going to, I was going to bring a presentation forward in November. However, if Council and Your Worship will just allow me 2 minutes. So the administration, first and foremost, I'm going to just to let everybody know and the public know that we actually we want everybody to take training and extra courses to better not only the elected officials but our administration, which actually helps the residents. It's I don't know if there was a miscommunication on the email that I did send out as per your policy 837. So each council member does have a budget. However, if they wish to go to instead of administration, all council aware that if you do want any extra training that has not been put on the list, please reach out to the worship and have him approve your training. So again, it's not administration trying to put any blocks up, or it's just trying to follow your own policy. I'm hoping to change that policy here. I don't know if I'll have time for the organizational meeting. However, we can always be brought forward at a later date.
No, thanks, Jerry. It's good to make sure that we know all our options to make sure that we can support council as they're going through various training. It's always good to do that. Any further points, council, before we move forward? Okay, moving on to item number G, which is our staff reports for information. First of all, we have our first item, which is our audit update, which is being presented by Kim Wallace, Acting City Director of Corporate Services, the City of Chestermere.
Should probably have my crutch. Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Kim Wallace, Acting City Director, as stated, on behalf of Anti. Anti is away at a conference this week. Our Senior Accounting Manager. So today I'm bringing you an update on the 2021 audit. As you may have known, The audit process was stopped on July 28th, and then it was resumed back on September 29th. At that point, KPMG had some questions, which one was the investment continuity spreadsheet, and then updated the spreadsheet, and Isaac Ashal reviewed, and then they resubmitted that information to the auditor on October 6th. The second question was, or the second situation was, there were a few typos and a little bit of a discrepancy on the budget data, as was noted on note 27, and corrected that information and sent it back to KPMG on October 4th. Once they had that information, they had a few more questions. One was regarding a legal claim that just needed to have the wording reflect the status of the legal claim. The second was administration met with TD Bank in August, and they just had some questions around that, and then supplied the information around that situation. They also wanted an update on the land for sale that's being held, and provided them more information regarding that as an update on October 7th. They said they may have some more questions regarding that situation, which we're happy to provide. And then KPMG also wanted to know if we had updated our employee termination policy and authorization for severance pay, and did provide them with our policy and the update that our new authorization procedure on payout over $75,000, which states any payment over $75,000 must be approved by the mayor and council. That's just mayor. They also wanted an update on the dissolution of the utility company, and then provided them the work in progress checklist to the auditor, which I believe is anticipated before the end of the year. So after reviewing the financial statement, KPMG will review the Municipal Financial Information Report, the MFIR, and has already completed that report and is ready for the auditor to review. We're hoping to have the audit committee meet with the final draft the last week of October, and then in hopes, once that is approved, the final presentation will be to council, and she is hoping for the second week in November. Finance, she wants to state that finance is working very hard to reply on all auditor requests as quickly as possible. The goal is to wrap up the 2021, this is 2022, audit by mid-November latest, hopefully sooner.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Walker.
To the chair, can you share with us and the public why the audit was stopped for 3 months from July 28th to September 29th, please?
It was regarding the investigations that we had stated about the CUI, the utilities and the financial irregularities. And then they just had we have answered many of these questions in the past, specifically regarding the update for the land sale that's being held, as well as our dissolution. We have provided them with that information many times. So the fact that they come back and ask questions again, we're not quite sure why, but we're trying to be as helpful as possible. But we do expect, we have met with them many times, we do expect their intention is to complete the audit as quickly as possible as well for us.
Councillor Dean.
Thank you through the chair to the presenter. 2 questions, if I may. One, does this audit process affect any of the grant money we approved earlier in September? Because I believe at that time we had said that grant money was going to be going out by the end of October through the HCCB. We approved the funding for the not-for-profits. So there's just been a few people that have reached out. I said, I don't know the answer, but I know this is on the agenda, so I'll ask. So does this audit process affect at all any of that money being distributed to the any of those grants that we approved?
I have not been told that, but I will definitely look into that for those particular ones.
Yeah.
Our gas grant has already come through, so that is not reflective of that. I believe
I think Councillor Dean is talking about some of the funds that we were distributing.
Yeah, so there was two, right? So there was the one,
those are city grants.
the city grants that we approved through HSAB, right? And then the other one was, the FCSS funding that we approved for 2023. Is there any kind of delay in any of that? And there may not be, this is just a question that's popped up. Is there any kind of delay in the distribution of those grant funds because of this audit process?
No, there's none of that.
As
Councillor
far
Harris.
as I'm aware.
Yeah, I was going to just wonder the additional money we put towards supporting nonprofits and community events was city money that we didn't set aside within the current budget year, it's not grant money.
Wait, oh, yeah, I think it's all.
There's no impact on those initiatives being supported.
It wasn't grant money from the province.
It's not grant money from the province and
Jerry, you had a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to state the same thing that where Councillor Dean was going with this. No, basically there is no delay on that particular fund.
Great, thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Dean?
So the second question I had was, and this is just for clarity, does this audit process at all affect us working on our 2023 budget?
As far as I'm aware, not at all.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Moran?
Thank you. Through the chair, just wondering, because this is the audit for 2021, is that a deadline by when it should be done?
We do want everything done before the end of November. We have passed our deadline, but our goal is to have it. So we would like the audit to be completed by KPMG by the end of October. And then if we have further questions from the audit committee, we can move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could have a motion to accept the audit presentation for information. Councillor Hannon?
I move that we accept the update on the 2021 audit report as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carrie? Thank you very much. Okay. Our second presentation, we'll move to a break after this, is for East Acreages, which is going to be done by Liz Auertas from the City of Chestermere. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everyone doing today?
Great, thank you. How are you?
Oh, good. Today we're just giving a very brief update on the East Acreages. On September 27th, 28th, and 29th, we supported Mayor and Council in holding East Acreage meetings with residents. It was had over 3 nights, and each landowner was invited to attend a specific meeting. The meetings were divided up based on geography, with Lake Air Estates being one evening, and then the 2 others being sort of the half of, I guess, each quarter section, just to try to see if there was any synergies happening between the landowners that were closer together. The general impression from the meetings was that attendance was lower than I had hoped for, but those in attendance did appear mostly to be excited about the potential to be able to do development on their land and are looking forward to the water study being completed and council providing some direction to administration to amend documents. So on that note, we have confirmed this morning, Mark could not be here with us, Mark Waltz, but he has confirmed the water study is still anticipated to be done before the end of October. It is not done as of now. And our intention is to come back with a formal report with recommendations once that study is done. And to clarify for everybody, the city is not leading that study. That is being done by private landowners. They are utilizing the company that has the city's water model, because there are efficiencies by doing that. And so we've been able to contact and find out the status of that, but we're not the ones leading it. So in terms of timing, we're not really the ones who can necessarily push the way that we could if we were leading it, but you know, it's being worked on. And so that is underway. And so, as I mentioned, our intention is to bring you guys a formal report once we have that, providing recommendations on what needs to be done in order to start to see development happen in these areas. The other item that I did want to discuss is the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows. Those are on the action list for meetings, you know, on November 2nd and November 3rd. And we, as administration, as these are council-led initiatives, would like to confirm that those are still the intention and do need a motion to be able to proceed with them as they are council meetings, not administration-led project meetings.
I think in regards to the dates, I think, is it possible for us to do the 3rd and 4th?
4th is a Friday night, you probably won't have a lot of people.
And maybe the 3rd, what's your name? Do you want to say something?
If a motion is required, the 2nd and 3rd is within 30 days, so you might need to look another week or two back.
Back as in,
Sorry, forward.
okay. Okay.
Beyond the week of the 2nd and the 3rd.
Maybe the 3rd and 9th, then, which is a Thursday and a Wednesday. Or we could do them both Thursday nights. The 3rd and the 10th. I know we have, we're booked on the 2nd. But we don't need in regards to the motion, we don't need another motion because council already gave a motion in relation to the acreages. But again, what we're doing in these is really providing, meeting with the residents for them to understand their options and for them to, because they're not developers, and give them more information for them to start to think about what that truly means. And at the same time, though, give them a little bit of guidance, which allows them to look into things like you just mentioned, the water study, which is your kind of your first steps to looking into what development you can do by what infrastructure limits you have. And so that's, it's quite refreshing actually working with the residents who have had these challenges for a lot of years and watching as they work through all of these different things that go into development, some fun, some not so fun, but it's been rewarding definitely working with them. So in regards to those dates, I believe Janet works with them directly. Is that correct? Like, to book the meetings?
We've been in the past, the phone group has been helping with the letters and bailouts, and we've been providing staff to support technical discussions that may happen.
Okay.
But if we can work with Janet, or Chief,
Just to book the
Yeah.
meetings, yeah.
if we want to, if we can work with Janet to set the
Would you
dates,
like to say Thursdays and Thursdays or Thursday and Wednesday or?
doesn't matter.
I believe the 3rd and 10th would be available then, which is Thursday on November 3rd and 10th. And to coordinate with Janet to see if she can contact the residents, to see if they can meet those days.
Okay, we don't tend to ask if the dates work because they won't work for everybody.
Right.
Right, the second we put out that request, we're gonna be meeting in January of 2028.
Good point.
I would suggest we look for dates that work for council. I envision this being similar to the one that East Acreages held in the winter, January maybe. And it was at the golf course, and I believe almost every councilor was at that one. And that's what I'm envisioning these two meetings being like.
Okay. So we're looking at this being separating the two groups up.
Yes, their development pressures are very different and interests are very different. And just doing similar to what you did for that first East Acreage meeting and going over what do you guys really want to do and start.
Yeah, it is a interesting opportunity there because there is more commercial potential, especially
In the north.
on the roadside. Yeah, on the north side. Yeah.
And then Paradise Meadows is very different actually due to location of services.
Which brings its own challenges.
Yes.
Water flows, et cetera. But
So we should target the 3rd and the 10th,
Yes, please.
and we do not need a motion for that.
I don't believe so. Jerry, do you believe we need a motion to hold these meetings?
Sorry, just trying to find my button. Just for clarity, it's not going to hurt. I know that there was a council motion before, and it's even on the action list. But it's not going to hurt. So let's just put a motion forward for those 2 dates, and that way everybody's clear on them.
Okay.
Are the dates outside of that 30-day,
Close the 30 days, sir.
the 30-day approval of the minutes? Does that matter?
Oh, no, not for this type of thing. Okay, if I can get a motion to identify the November 3rd and 10th dates for meeting with residents for what we call North Acreages and
Paradise Meadows.
Paradise Meadows. Paradise Meadows, okay. For council to meet with them, or parts of council, I guess. Not all council is required to attend, of course, but. Any questions, or can I get a motion for that? Councilor Funk?
I'd like to make a motion that we direct administration to set up meetings on November 3rd and November 10th for council to meet with North Acreages and Paradise Meadows.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Liz.
Thank you. We'll be back for East Acreages as soon as we can.
Thank you. Yes, that's very exciting. Councilor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I'm through the chair. I'm wondering if it's possible for administration to put when these public meetings happen, if it's possible, not even as an invite, but just be placed into our calendars. Because I had a chance to attend the transportation one. I attended for 2 reasons. One, I live on that side of the lake, so I'm talking about the one that's held at the yacht club. And that one directly impacts me both as a resident and business, and as a counselor. So I went and was kind of a fly on the wall. I just think it would be an opportunity for us as council. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. Like for example, we have some things that are in the hometown heroes placed into our calendar so that we all knew, and if we can attend, great. And if we're not able to, fill all schedules, right? But I'm just wondering if that's possible to do that, just so we're aware, so that I don't again have a moment where I drive by the sign the day after the meeting and remember that the meeting was done.
We can, I don't know if we need a motion for that, but we can definitely move that through our EA.
Yeah.
To add that typically she would send an email, but just add it to our calendar directly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I check my calendar daily, right? Just to make sure I'm not missing something. And I just think maybe this is just selfish and just about me. But if it was on the calendar, we definitely
Exactly. Okay. Councilor Ryan?
Thank you. Through the chair, I did have a question for Liz. With the work going on East Acreages and activity going on the Clearwater area, some residents that are on the Rookie View side, just bordering Chestermere, now they have been contacting me with questions as to how they can maybe tap onto some of the services. Now, the question is, who should I be directing them to, given that they're in Rocky View? Should they be contacting their council?
Yeah, I would recommend that they contact their municipality, and then through the IMC process, if there's discussions to be had, that's the avenue that they should go through. We're always, as administration, happy to talk to anyone who calls about a project. We have had conversations with some residents of Rocky View who've called to inquire about Clearwater Park, but not in terms of sharing services or things like that. That would be something that definitely should be going through their municipality and then come to us as a request through their municipality.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. All right, it's 10:20. If Councilor Hannon?
I think we need to move to accept the East Acreages update as information.
True. Councilor Hannon?
So I'll make that we accept the East Acreages update as information.
All in favor? Carried, thank you. All right, it's 10:20. If we could take a recess for 15 minutes, so back at 10:35. Thanks for your patience. We're just coming back up from recess. Just want to jump back for a second to our words and proclamations in relation to Watch Our Waste, which is going to be presented by Melissa Lundy, Communications Manager, City of Chestermere. Good morning, Melissa. Melinda, sorry. Melinda.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council, and everybody this morning. Thank you for having me. This morning, I would like to request a proclamation for Waste Reduction Week. Waste Reduction Week is held October 17th, this week to the 23rd, and is an opportunity to celebrate individual and collective environmental commitments, efforts, and accomplishments while encouraging innovative ideas and solutions around waste reduction. As a municipality, we are committed to conserving natural resources, protecting the environment, and educating the community on waste reduction practices. Chestermere celebrates the anniversary of Waste Reduction Week in Canada, a national campaign focused on waste reduction and resource conservation, and creating solutions to the many environmental challenges that we face. We are encouraging our community members to collectively focus their efforts on waste reduction and to discover ways to properly sort and recycle their household garbage to preserve our environment. We endeavor to take the lead in our community for environmental sustainability. Therefore, we're asking that this week be proclaimed Waste Reduction Week in the City of Chestermere. We are also providing our resources, our residents resources through social media content and ideas on how they can go about reducing their environmental footprint in our community. So I'm asking for a proclamation for Waste Reduction Week this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you know, do we have numbers in relation to how we've done in years before compared to years now and targets or how would we?
I'm not entirely certain. I don't have specific numbers. I'm sure I can find you those numbers in coordination with our Environmental Services Department, just to have some metrics around.
Yeah, it's nice to have targets. That's great. All right, so so you're looking for a motion from council to accept this proclamation?
Yes, please.
Okay, council, are there any comments or questions? If I can get a motion from council to accept this proclamation that Melinda has presented. Let's have it.
I move that council accept this presentation on a working proclamation on Watch Your Waste for this week in the City of Chestermere.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to our staff reports for information. Number 3, which is server options, which is being presented by Jay Wallace, IT Manager, City of Chestermere. Good morning.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. So I am here to continue from my previous conversation about the IT path moving forward. And this presentation is focused on our IT infrastructure. So the purpose here, as I mentioned a little bit last time, is our current structure is coming to its end of life. Our servers are old, and so we need to start planning out how we're going to replace this in the next year. And so we want something that can last more than a couple of years, similar to the servers downstairs. They've been running for 8 years. We need something that can be as equally strong in staying up and running. So with moving to the fiber is just one part of our IT path forward. The next one is now starting to build that infrastructure that the fiber will give us the ability to do. So we're going to talk about the server and the network here. The other 2 issues that are up on the screen are for software and our equipment that we have. Depending on the path we go forward with here, we can we have some options on both this software and the equipment. So we're just going to focus on network and server right now. So as I mentioned, one of our problems right now is that we don't have a lot of time to make this change happen. It is our biggest problem. This should have been addressed a couple of years ago in preparation for the end of life coming up to our current servers, as well as our storage as well. So the NetApp is our storage machine. It comes to end of life in January. So we have to decide whether or not we want to replace it, which is a fairly big expense, or we start moving forward with the new system that would replace that, replace it. We wouldn't need to actually buy it or have that anymore. We'd have the proper storage built in. So how did we get to this point? Back in 2014, 2016 timeline, the city of Chestermere went through a whole rebuild of the servers, which is what we currently have downstairs and in the firewall and in public works. Over time, we've made some slight adjustments. Like in 2019, they added a few more computers and stuff to the system to help with COVID. Not a lot of people, everybody was working from home, so we need to purchase more computers. But the levels were refurbished, so that will be the next thing under the hardware. Is we do need to start making some replacements on a few of our computers as well. Current September, October, everything's running. We don't have any major issues currently with our servers. But they have been running for, I think I mentioned before, they've been running for about 52,000 hours straight without ever being turned off. So imagine letting your car run for a day without it being turned off. These have been running for almost 8 years without ever being turned off. So they are coming to a point where they could stop at any time. January, as I mentioned, the NetApp, which is our major storage, does come to its end of life. It will no longer be under warranty as of the end of January. And then in September of 2023, our Cisco system, all our servers that are downstairs are at end of life. They will no longer be supported. So this is why we need to start planning now, because the transition will take time to do. And I've got a slide on that in a bit. So currently, our server state is we have 9 actual servers. Some people have heard that we have 50 servers. Well, in actual fact, we have 60 plus servers. The servers are virtual machines. They're not real servers. They sit on top of one of our physical machines. So it's a slice of pie off that machine. So we have 9 physical servers in this building and in Public Works and in Fire Hall. Across all of those. As I mentioned, NetApp is our storage, and it is coming to its end of life. It's right now about 83% capacity. When I met with the NetApp people a couple of weeks ago, they recommend that you start looking at making changes at about 70%, so you don't run into a catastrophic failure. So we've been patching the NetApp with QNAPs or NASs, which are the additional external storage, just to make sure that we don't run into any problems with the NetApp server. And it is getting very full. And so that one, really, we have to consider what we're going to do next with that. The replacement on the NetApp is about $35,000 for that one piece of equipment. This is what we're proposing, is the Cisco HyperFlex. This is the latest technology for servers. It's extremely small and streamlined. Ours isn't even as big as the picture that I've got on here. That is the Cisco HyperFlex right there. That's got 3 units and 6 units in total. Ours is only 4. So ours is a little bit smaller than that. It doesn't take up nearly the space that we've got. If any of you been in the server room downstairs, you see that massive rack of Cisco blades, our NetApp, our storage, all sorts of stuff in there. Our domain controllers all get replaced by this small machine. It's an all-in-one solution, and it is built on the idea that businesses can now create their own virtual clouds, which is what we're going to talk about in a second here. It's got a massive amount of storage. It seems like a bit of overkill. And in actual fact, 60 plus, or sorry, the size of the storage is what, 60 terabytes? Currently we only have 15, and we're maxed out because we also have to make sure we have enough space for redundancy. In case something goes wrong, we need to be able to pull up the server and stand the city back up very quickly. So if you think about it, half of our storage is just redundancy so that we can keep the city running. And it also gives us the ability over time, as we collect more data, one of the proposed projects for next year will be installing camera systems in the city, around the city hall, fire hall, stuff like that. All that information needs to be stored somewhere. And we're not going to be storing it on little NASs and stuff like that. We need to store it somewhere it can be readily accessible. This system will give us that ability to store that kind of information. One of the bonuses about moving to this system, because it is large, is moving to virtual desktops. What that means is that every computer in City Hall, or Fire Hall, or Public Works can be treated as a terminal. And you log in, and it's your desktop, no matter what computer you log into. So if somebody needs to move an office, they don't have to call IT to move their equipment. They can just move offices, log in. It's the same experience for everybody. Now, we still have laptops. People still need to be mobile, so we would still have laptop options. But everybody can have a virtual desktop. And all we're doing is carving out a piece of our server and giving them a virtual machine that is their own machine. One of the big benefits of this is that all the data that's being stored on that virtual machine stays on our servers. Currently, one of the issues we have is people store stuff on their desktops. We don't have access to any of that information. They'll store it on another cloud server like Google, so it's stored on the OneDrive. We're able to store everything together in one spot. It also gives us the ability to share information more readily through this as well. So the virtual desktop is an idea that we are thinking about moving forward in next year. It will also reduce our costs. The virtual terminals that we need to purchase are about $600 to $800 compared to $1,500 for a computer. So it's a lot cheaper to go that way. And nobody can just up and walk out with one of these terminals because they're completely useless unless they're on our network. Whereas somebody could pick up and walk away with a laptop very easily. So security-wise, it gives us an added benefit of being able to reduce our costs. Those little terminals also last a lot longer than a computer book. We don't have to refresh them every 2 to 3 years. So the two things for virtual desktops is one, the fiber internet, which we're going to be looking at getting installed hopefully by Christmas, and then the virtual server, being able to carve out enough space off the server for everybody to have their own virtual machine, in essence, their own virtual machine. Some of the other benefits I briefly mentioned are backup and disaster recovery. This new server will give us the ability to back up and store a complete copy of the city so that if something was to happen, we have a way of replacing it. We also have more redundancy off-site storage as well. We have some other ideas for that, but we'll bring that up in another conversation. But it's more building that archive or cold storage, as it's called. Things that are a few years old that we don't need readily, but that, in the old days was stored on tape backup. There are other ways of doing it other than tape. So we're going to be looking at that as well in the coming year. So this leads us to what we're calling a private cloud server. So we have a couple of options. We can go with the private cloud, which would require us to set up our servers in a data farm somewhere in Calgary. The data centers then provide all the bandwidth, they provide all the power, they provide all the storage facility. So we're renting the rack in which the servers reside. And it's a nominal fee. It's between $1,200 and $1,500 a month to store it there. And they keep it clean, they keep it cool, it reduces our energy costs in the building here of running that server downstairs. So that is one of the benefits of going to it. You're paying somebody else to make sure that it's running properly in a proper facility. It also has a bigger backbone onto the internet as well, so we can utilize that a bit more too. And so we could, in essence, create the Chestermere Cloud. It's not Azure, it's not AWS, it's our own cloud service that can then be hit from anywhere. Anybody can access it. You don't have to be inside to access the server. So some of the benefits for the HyperFlex private cloud server. After 3 years, we actually own the HyperFlex. It will be completely paid for. And so we won't have any additional hardware costs other than licensing. We still have to pay for the license to run it, but we're not paying any hardware costs for our servers. It's got scalability. This server will last us for at least 5 years, if not more. And one of the big things is we won't have to worry about the expensive licenses for VMware and for NetApp. So NetApp is about $2,000 a year for the license, but we need to replace that machine, and it's $35,000 to replace it. So we're going to hold off on that right now and see where it goes. The other benefit is this is ideal for servers. People wouldn't need necessarily the VPN access that they currently have. We would be able to, they would still log in, but one of the things that I want to also propose next year is increasing the security with two-factor authentication that allows people to, or require people to have secondary login authentication just to beef up security on our stuff. Because the HyperFlex lives in the cloud, they don't have to log into our network in order to get to it. There will be a DMZ, a demilitarized zone, in which they would be able to access their stuff. No different than when you access Google. And another thing about the virtual fiber, it is in a secure location. There are many data centers in and around Calgary. One of our plans is to actually go and visit a number of them to see who meets our needs. Q9 is probably the most popular one. They've got 3 big data centers within the Calgary area. They just opened up Data Center 3, which I believe is just over in the southeast here. So it's close proximity to us if we need to get there for any reason. But there are a number of really good data center options for us to look at, and we'll pursue each of those if that's the route we're going to go. So this is just our estimate for moving forward, is that we will get the fiber installed hopefully by the end of the year. From what I understand, once we get the go-ahead on the minutes, Moby said that they can have this done probably in 4 to 6 weeks, and they can start almost right away. So it could be a pre-Christmas present for all of us to get the fiber. We would also like to install and start configuring the HyperFlex. We would build it downstairs. The nice thing about this unit is we can just pick up the whole thing and just move it somewhere. We don't need special equipment. It is units that hook together, and they're mobile. So we can move them to a data center if we so decide that that's what we want to do. And then we would move them in there in January, get everything configured, and estimate is that by August, we will be 100% up and running on the new Cisco Hyperflex. Whether it's here still, or, excuse me, or in the data center, we can decide on which route we want to go. And then towards this time next year, we will start decommissioning the old server and taking it down because we won't need it anymore. Cost estimate comparison. So I did a comparison here to private cloud or keeping it on premise. It's a few $1,000s difference a month. You know, with all said and done. In the first 5 years, the private cloud will be about 22,000 compared to on-premise at about 20. I did a comparison at a full cloud solution using Azure, and it's a hybrid cloud. So we still have to keep some of our applications running on servers here in the city for regulatory reasons. But we're looking at in 3 years, the cost to move to the cloud will be about $1.7 million over 3 years, compared to $1.3 million over 5 years for the HyperFlex private cloud server. So huge cost savings by going that way. We still get the benefit of being a cloud solution, but with our own equipment, and we don't have to pay the transactional costs that it takes. So cloud server is no different than this server in that we still need to buy the virtual machines, we need to buy the databases, we need to buy all the storage. All that stuff still needs to be purchased in the cloud. Then we have to still set it all up. Here, we've got everything in one machine. We just have to configure that machine. That's the benefit of using the HyperFlex, as opposed to going a pure cloud solution. Both solutions, 6 to 8 months, start to finish, because we do have to migrate all our data off our current systems, put them on the new systems, test the crap out of them, because we don't ever want something to start day one and it doesn't work. So it's going to be about a month or so of just pure testing before we go live with that. So for the first 5 years, it says about 22 for the HyperFlex. It will actually decrease because after year 3, we won't be paying for the HyperFlex anymore. We'll just be, the costs will escalate or scale down a little bit. And if you guys are interested in seeing where these numbers came from, I do have a longer, more convoluted view of them with the breakdowns of all the different parts of it. If you are interested in seeing that, and this is the summary of basically what we're looking at over the next few years cost-wise. The cloud, I didn't take into account any changes in their costs. They charge a transactional fee every time you open a file, close a file, upload, download. You're charged a nominal transactional fee. It doesn't sound like much, but if you think about how many times you open up a file or say something to your desktop in a single day, 5.06 cents every time you basically do something on your computer. So that's what we're looking at with a full sort of cloud solution with Azure or AWS or Google. They're all the same. And so we just, I know this is for information, I wrote decision up there, but really this is the information for council to, I guess, let IT know which direction do they want to go. Do they want to keep the HyperFlex here on premise? Should we look for a cloud solution? Do we come back with more numbers, more information for you guys? I open the floor to questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jay. That's very valuable information. Councillor Henry?
A couple of questions, Jay. The private cloud versus on-premises, right? The cost differentials are minimal, but this seems to just be the IT costs. From a risk point of view, is there any analysis that's done on the risk point of view of, I assume in the in a cloud farm or whatever is, like you said, they have a larger backbone structure, connection to the internet. They probably have UPS, air conditioning, all of the issues that on premises that you have to think about downstairs, air conditioned room. We got to make sure it doesn't get flooded, no fire, repetitive issues. That part of it, I think, probably we need some more information on what's the risk analysis, the comparative of the two. And my second question is from, I would assume because we're a government agency and it's the regulations, do we need to be in possession of our IT infrastructure, or are we allowed under the regulations to actually have it in farming where the security parameters around?
Sure. I don't have either one of those. Part of our fact-finding mission with going to a number of these data centers would be to uncover that information. Are there regulatory issues? I know we need to keep the data within Canada or within Alberta, so the data centers live here, the data is stored here, it's just down the street. Doesn't need to be stored directly inside the building here. I don't know that to be true, but I would find out. I'll find out from those guys. So one other point that I forgot to mention in here is that we've been talking with Jamie, the chief of fire hall, and with the new fire hall, we've actually talked to him about creating our own data center within the fire hall. Safest place in the city is inside the fire hall. And we could easily then move, because this is a portable unit, we could actually move it into our own data center inside of the fire hall. So it would be a way of keeping it on premise. The cloud, the data center is a short-term solution in our opinion. We think putting it in the fire hall with fire hall number 2, having a dedicated room specifically for the server, we think is probably actually our best option. But that's not being done for a couple of years, so this was an alternate solution. But we'll find out from those companies what the regulations are. If they have other municipalities running in their data centers. If not, then we have no problem keeping it here. It's just, what we've got downstairs right now. Space is kind of limited as well downstairs.
Jake, do you see a disadvantage to the data center?
Not really, no. Other than it's not right at our fingertips. That's the only disadvantage, is if something does happen to our machine, we have to travel over to get it. That's why I would be looking for a data center that's on the east side of Calgary. I'm pretty sure the one, 2 of them are in the Shepherd area. So they are within a 10, 15-minute drive if something goes terribly wrong with it. And the data centers do manage UPS, so they have all the backups. They have the air conditioning, they have everything that would go on downstairs. Like we had a power outage, we don't have to worry about that. Our UPS is actually up and running now, and it works great. So we got that one fixed. So that would be, I can't see any disadvantage going to the data center other than the additional cost. That's the only thing I see in on. And it also opens up the ability to have a different kind of connection to the internet by having it.
Just to read this one chart properly, just the Cal, if you could back it up one slide. Are we suggesting that the monthly cost for the first 1 to 3 or 1 to 5 years for the HyperFlex is $22,000?
On average. So the first 2 years would be 22, and then it would go down because the cost of the HyperFlex would already have been paid for after the first couple of years. I just created it as a whole lump sum to make it a little similar to what you're seeing with the Azure.
And that's $22,000. Mm-hmm. And then for the Azure, that would be $64,000 per month.
Because we do need a server here, so we would still need to buy a smaller, not as big a server, but we need to buy a smaller server here to maintain any applications that can't run in the cloud. We are trying to find as many services software and try to push our services that way. But we would still need a server here, a domain controller to manage all of our domain, basically manage our email, mail, manage all that stuff. But yeah, the Azure is expensive to set up and it's expensive to maintain. And those numbers came from the Azure worksheet. They do have on their website a place where you can go do your calculations, and it shows you what your costs are. And if you do it month to month, it's roughly twice as much. This is a 3-year contract that you need to buy into to get the cheapest price possible.
And HyperFlex, which you've already mentioned, is from Cisco. Yes. Which our current system is also from Cisco.
Which is the server of choice for almost every business now. They are the leaders in security. They are the leaders in networking and infrastructure. They are a little more expensive, but it's worth it. Like, those machines downstairs, really haven't had any problems with them.
Yeah.
But of course, when you don't have warranty, that's what's wrong. They are workhorses. They're designed for what we do. So,
That's excellent. Henry? Councilor Henry?
You also mentioned that we're I think 15 terabytes now, and these are 60 terabytes, but also upgradable.
Yep.
Because I guess my thought is we're thinking about what is it, the CC cameras, cameras that the city, the entrance and exit points and stuff like that, which would require a fair amount of data storage. So how much larger are these capable of producing from the 60 if you go up?
You can go if you want to add another 40, 50 terabytes, you can add that on. Like, the system is modular. It's designed to allow you to keep building on top of it. Part of it is the compute power, and part of it is the storage. So that's the two pieces that make up the difference. So you need more storage, you add more storage. You need more computing power, you add another server on.
So these, this would work well towards our record management process, those types of things where those are issues or challenges that council has to make and citizens going forward. Yes, so this works sort of ties nicely into all of those aspects.
And having that amount of storage, we're not, right now, we're kind of robbing Peter to big fall for a few of our applications because we don't have a lot of wiggle room. This gives us that ability to have plenty of room to grow over the next 5 years. I wouldn't suspect that we would pass the 60 terabytes. But you know what? They said that when they put the original system in at 15 terabytes. Apparently, we'll never get that. We're pretty much maxed out. You think about how much we actually have stored on external storages. William, how much? Probably 40 terabytes of external storage. Because we don't have enough right now. So we have all this external stuff. That's back up if in case something goes wrong. Well, we have to take that back and put it back up. It's just, so this way we're able to separate that and have our backup readily available.
Now, you mentioned that our fiber optics bringing it into the building or throughout the building will be done or could be done in the next 4 to 6 weeks?
Yes, it could be done. Yes. If I get once we get the approval, I will contact Moby, and they said they can be here within a week to 2 weeks tops, and they said 4 to 6 weeks to install.
And that is just for our city hall, or is that
Just for City Hall. I haven't talked to them about the costs for doing a firewall or doing public works, but that would be the next 2 projects for next year. We would plan on having the whole thing completed next year, probably around the same time as we have the server up and running so that everybody is properly connected. That would be the goal. I have to talk to them though about their timelines and the actual amount of work that needs to be done. Because I believe there is a fire hub on the other side of the lake that they can tap into for fire hall. And don't know about public works. So.
Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Jay. For future, I wouldn't mind seeing a couple things, personally. One, the regulatory, requirements as far as security and stuff, having those listed and how we're meeting them.
Okay.
For obvious reasons. The other one is I wouldn't mind seeing a breakout of what the hardware is versus the other monthly costs.
Sure.
It's kind of like buying a phone and seeing your data plan. Separately.
So I have a spreadsheet of all this information that made up these numbers. So I can definitely send it out to everyone to review. Again, there are estimates. There's no hard set facts in any of those, but they are based on best guess knowledge.
Do you know when we would have any of the other information in relation to fiber being built throughout the city?
I can get that probably within a week or so if you'd like to know. I do know that I had mentioned about your idea of sort of the mesh network, the smart city kind of idea. They're also Mobi 100% behind that. I think that's a great idea. Cost-wise and timelines, I don't know yet, but I can talk to them. I can send them an email today and get that started.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Do you know, or ask them, I guess, as to what towers they would use? Would they use our streetlights for the towers, or would we have to?
That would be my assumption because if I have power in the streetlights,
Yeah.
it would make perfect sense to use those as, same with the cameras. It would be the same idea. We would use the power that's already existing and not have to dig up anything else. And then putting the camera and or the mesh Wi-Fi up in those areas.
I wonder, maybe ask you to coordinate. Rogers is looking at wanting to talk to us about using our streetlights for their net. And I'm wondering if A, that causes us any problems, or B, can we actually joint venture where they would put up ours with theirs, if that's even possible.
Yeah, I will talk to Moby about that and find out about that part of it. I mean, my main concern right now is City Hall and Public Works, and then the broader city part. That's all part of the parcel. So
Yeah, very exciting. Councilor, are there any further questions in regards to the service side? Councilor Funk?
Through the March J, just for clarification, you said you were just waiting for approval for the hookup of fiber optics.
Yes, from what I understand is I have to wait for the administrator to approve the minutes from, because that was the meeting that I came in, that was the meeting where we had said, council had said, yes, this is good, but I'm just waiting on that approval so that I can contact Moby. I don't want to put a cart in front of the horse.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that was. Okay, because we have approved it. Just
Yes, you have approved it, but I haven't talked to them yet because I am waiting for municipal fair to approve the minutes, and then I'll contact them ASAP on that.
So when do you think you can come back to us with these, so we can make a decision on this, with these final questions on the server?
I'd probably do it next week, but I don't know how, with and Public Works, if Moby will be able to get us any more information on the cost to bring fiber into those buildings by then. So maybe 2 weeks out, and I can have a much more complete.
Maybe the 8th of November?
It's more, yes, okay, I can do it.
Okay, Council, do we look to give a motion, I guess, then to have Jay come back to us with a update and for decision on November 8th? That's a fun.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct Jay to put together a presentation for November 8th.
Yes.
For the hookup of fiber optics to the fire hall and Public Works
Along with the server.
and server.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Jay.
Thank you.
It's very exciting information. Councillor Hannon?
Don't we also have to accept his report as information?
Yes, sir.
I move that council accepts the IT server option presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 4, which is all season city property maintenance policy, which is being presented today by Dario from Environmental Services Community Operations. Morning, Dario.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jerry Renatari. I'm the Environmental Service Manager for Public Works. I'm here to talk about the corporate properties all season plan. So, just wait till the presentation comes up. Basically, go to the next slide. So, what we're going to be talking about is some of the key questions that came up in this 20th council meeting that you guys had then. Explaining how requests are investigated by the department, show our current request process for staff and public, and then creating a formal policy on the maintenance plan. Next slide. So our corporate property consists of 24 buildings and maintenance across customers. So that includes City Hall, Fire Hall, Public Works, some satellite locations. We have a total of 2.5 workers that work these sites. Their hours are between 7 a.m. and 4:30 Monday to Friday, and then 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. to 3 a.m. on Sundays. The average amount of in the year is about 1,000 plus, and so it can be more or less, but usually it's about 1,000. Next slide. Now we supported a vision that Chestermere has on safe and maintaining stability and creating an open space. Our key drivers are safety is the first thing, integrity, quality of service, sustainability, and continually to improve our processes while working with other teams. Everyone just balancing that all together. So, next slide. Our portfolio consists of buildings comprised of it's a mixed variety of spaces, which includes administration, recreation, operations, and safety. Equipment that is owned by individual departments. They take care of their individual purchases, equipment, all that other kind of stuff. So, for instance, IT, you would be taking care of your servers, not us. Next slide. Currently, just to explain a little bit about the process, we use a work email address. It's workorders@chestermere.ca for any employee, staff, or otherwise whoever knows it. And we request a work order from us. Then we can investigate that further. Public, usually we don't get any requests from the public. To date, about 2 years of reporting, we only have about 1 or 2 reports from the public, but that doesn't mean to say that they haven't reported to a front desk or anything like that, and then they've done their process to the others. We currently use CityWorks to track all this. It's a very heavy program that most municipalities use. Really, the function that we use it for is just to create a work order, track it a little bit, but it's very underutilized and not really for the purpose of this. So if you look to the next slide, we're actually really excited with working with IT. They have a current software desk program that we're going to be implementing in our tracking. It'll streamline communication. It'll show basically and give automated updates. It'll give pending status updates. So as a staff member, they can go into the site, check their LOA, see where their status is at. But we'll also continue our staff members reporting to you guys on a daily basis, weekly basis, depending on what part of it is. So we're implementing that soon within the next 2 to 3 weeks as we get a structure in place and what we want to see for buildings and how we want to promote the work. Next slide. Okay, so the priorities that we kind of and response times is explaining a little bit of how we manage our expectations when we do receive work orders. First, when it gets to our service desk, we will review it, then dispatch it to one of our employees. They will basically see what the faults are, what they can do, and then we'll develop it accordingly. Inspecting it and still get scenarios. We give priorities for these scenarios. So our number one priority is anything that's an emergency. So requires that might affect safety and security. So our response time is usually 1 hour during working hours. If it's off working hours, on call, some of our employees do work in Calgary, so we'll be about 2 hours to switch from one. Our second priority is anything that doesn't affect the security of the staff, but does affect the regulatory operations. So within the working day, we will have investigated and started working on that. Priority 3 is more aesthetics, repairs, issues that need cause fines, like and or other kind of stuff. That will be within 3 working days. Priority 4 is again aesthetics that require that are non-dangerous, that won't create any fines. We usually typically get that in about 2 weeks. So that involve lights, drywall that has holes in it, all of that other stuff. And then the last one is aesthetic repairs that fall under regular maintenance schedule. So anything that we schedule on a monthly, weekly basis, that's to schedule. So next slide. Now, there was a comment and question from Councillor Funk about policies and creating one. So we have created a draft right now. It's a working document, and we are still working on that, seeing how we can better it. So we're kind of asking Councillor Funk if he wanted to still be a part of that process and kind of help guide that and just get better for us. But yeah, I mean, we're open to any ideas that you might bring to the table. So we'll make sure that you may want to do that. So, but it is a working draft that we're working on, and we're excited to have that put in place shortly. So, next slide. Now I'm just opening up to any questions that you may have. That's good.
Thanks very much, Dario. Councilor, are there any questions for Dario? Councilor Vogt?
Mayor, I would, this isn't a question, this is a compliment and off to you.
Yeah.
Your presentation was in big enough font that I could actually read it with my technology. Thank you.
Oh, no,
Any questions, Councilor? Councilor Fox?
So, actually, I don't have a question. I'll wait until comments.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, if I could get a motion to accept the maintenance policy presentation by Dario as information. Councilor Vogt.
I make the motion that we accept Dave's presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? Councilor Vogt.
Just a quick comment. Thank you very much, Dario, or through the mayor, Dario. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's great to see us moving forward with some of these policy changes and create policy. If there is any desire or need for help or anything, feel free to reach out. I can ask administration if they would like me to provide any help.
Once again, we're excited about it too. So
Yeah.
I'm fairly new to the city, and it's nice to see that we have this point and stuff.
Yeah, that's great.
Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our staff reports for decision, which is presented by Callan Morrison. Callan, just a quick question. Is it possible the video camera faces the podium? Doesn't seem to be projecting. Possible to check on that. Thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. So this is the question policy being presented by Callan Morrison, legislative clerk to City of Chestermere. Good morning, Callan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So yes, sorry, I'm going to take a question period and question period. This is more of a general question period, our question policy for the City of Chestermere. Just kind of like a gap in on policies and bylaws to kind of make the public's questions more transparent and how we answer them more structured. So policy intent, for the City of Chestermere, being a transparent and operating resource for residents to receive answers to their questions about the city and its operations, policy have been developed. So the procedure for presenting a question to council, either through email, mail, or through a web portal, which I've talked with IT and is in development, very early stages, kind of pending on how this presentation goes today. So I did some research in developing this policy, and I know there's been kind of clamoring for kind of by like a minority of residents for an in-person question period for a resident to address council in front of cameras and everything. But in my research, I kind of found that is more of an exception rather than the rule. The two I could find are Airdrie and Okotoks. But as you can see, the list for that, a list of municipalities that don't even include questions from the public is substantially larger, including the big ones, Calgary, Edmonton, but even kind of smaller ones like Rocky View, Camrose, and Duke, municipalities that are fairly similar in size to Chestermere. If these questions are to be made public through the web portal, we are considering legislative services is considering altering content to make it more presentable or to make it more coherent or to make it more to reduce redundancies. So content that we will alter without question is stuff that violates VoIP, reduces redundancy, and grammatical and spelling mistakes, just to make it more presentable, so we kind of look more presentable, the city looks more presentable. We also would like the ability to reject questions, so stuff that violates Division 2, Part 1 of VoIP, Subdivision A through N, and that's fairly typical stuff. It's like stuff that's harmful to business interests or third parties, or advice from officials, or information revolving around testing procedures, tests and audits, just stuff that doesn't necessarily need to be public or could cause a damage or financial loss if it is made public. Disrespectful to the mayor, council, and staff. I think that kind of goes without saying. This is not necessarily in place for those types of comments, and we just would rather that be somewhere else, not the city. And then kind of just like miscellaneous questions, like questions that are so relevant to the operations of the city, like who's going to win the hockey game tonight? We're just not even going to post those questions because they're irrelevant. Oh, sorry. This might have the recommendation pages that you could either give this first reading for the question policy, or we can just or not, just not go any further with this question policy. It's sure up to the council's decision, but yes. So any questions?
Thank you very much, Ken. Council, do you have any questions in regards to the question policy? I guess today we're talking about providing first reading.
Correct.
And we're, so obviously meaning we're going to have 3 readings. Okay. Councilor Hanley?
Yeah, and some of the other cities that I've looked at in this web portal, they basically, on their website, they have frequently asked questions or questions from residents. The question actually gets posted there and the answer gets posted there, and it's available to all see on a regular basis, right? And that's the same thing we're sort of recommending or looking at.
That's the idea. Yeah. So it is a public. It is in essence public, it's not clogging up, council time where, you know, it prevents the chances of like grandstanding or theatrics that we just want to remove from council, and we could just post it on the web. So we can run through all that type of content before. So
Jerry, you mentioned you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a policy, it's not a bylaw, so council would just actually be approving this bylaw by a motion. It doesn't need to go to first, second, or third reading.
Oh. Okay. Councillor Hanley had a question?
It just slipped my mind.
Okay, Councillor Watt?
Through the chair to the presenter, I'm just looking for clarity for the public involved myself. So this question period policy would replace question period coming back to the agenda.
that is through the chair to that is the idea. Yeah. So sorry.
Councillor Hanley?
Now, our similar between time. As a result, when these questions are submitted, will they come to the agenda through, you know, correspondence? And so we will see each council meeting in the master if further questions are answered. And then we just accept that as information as we move forward. Is that the intent as well?
Not necessarily part of the intent, but if that's something that council is interested in, we can certainly adopt that. It just, yeah, it was more of like the intent to have a place for residents to ask their questions that wasn't necessarily during council. But if that is something council is interested in, of course, but the intent was to kind of keep it public participation, questions being asked and answered kind of away from council. So,
Jerry, you had something to mention?
No, thank you, Worship. Callan answered your question. I was just going to jump in.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Dean?
Yes, I do. Through the chair to Calvin, can you please clarify what you mean by member participation, or sorry, public participation at a council meeting, specifically City of Calgary? So do you just mean that they don't have a question period on their agenda, or do you mean that members of the public are not actually able to speak at a council meeting?
So I don't want to be very pedantic, but technically, the city of Calgary does have a question period on its agenda. However, that is for the council to ask questions to administration. They just call it question period. As far as allowing residents to kind of participate in council meeting, I'll be honest, I have not done too much research, but according to the MGA, they are required to have public participation through public hearings and other devices. But they're no different from us in that regard, but I could look into if there is any public participation in City of Calgary, but from my understanding, no. So.
Right, so through the mayor, to the presenter, I would invite us to do that because the City of Calgary website clearly outlines ways that the public can participate, both at committee meetings and at council meetings. And their ability to present, their ability to come forward is all outlined on the City of Calgary website. And so I think it would be good for us to go further with you, because when I looked at this presentation in preparing for today's meeting, I certainly read it as we may have been inadvertently saying that public couldn't, and City of Calgary has a full outline on how that can happen.
Yeah.
Jerry, you had something to say?
Just for further clarification to Councillor Dean, this question period is not to take away any of the rights of public hearings or committee meetings for public participation. For an example, if there's a public hearing on a land redesignation or something like that, public is still allowed to come and present to council and give their side on their as per your policy procedure bylaw.
So Jerry, in relation to Councillor Dean's comments, he's he's indicating that there's, the city of Calgary has a bit of a more robust, I guess, explanation for this, of how the public participate. Have we looked into that?
The public participation, sorry, through your worship, to council, the public participation with the city of Calgary is exactly that. It's about when there's committee meetings that they're looking for public information on and or public hearings. The Municipal Government Act says that all municipalities must have a public participant policy for public hearings and or those type of engagements. These ones are specifically a question period where it comes to council or administration looking for questions. So it's two different things that we're looking at that might be confusing the issue.
So I guess, do we feel that we have clarity though, that for, I guess, the public in relation to when they have questions of the city, how to bring those forward, and then get their answers, I guess, in a fashion that they expect?
Again, after I reviewed the policy with Callan, I believe that there was clarity there. Again, through the public hearing stage, it does talk about preparation through public hearings. So I personally believe that there is clarity there.
Okay. Councillor Henley?
Perhaps it may be worthwhile to have a request administration provide an additional policy dealing with public participation for public hearing and committee meetings, seeing as Jerry's indicating they're two different things, and just so we're clear to the public on their participation rights in both areas.
Turn my head very low. Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Dean? Councillor Walker? Which one? Councillor Dean?
I guess for me, what I just want to be crystal clear on this. So by voting yes to this policy, what we were saying is that we would not be adding question period back to the agenda as we previously had it. Is that correct?
It wouldn't necessarily bar that from happening, but this is not where we're looking today. This is not what's being presented today. If that makes sense. Like, this is just like a replacement to it. There's nothing barring in this policy that there cannot, in theory, being a question period on the agenda. That would be something council could direct administration or someone like that.
Okay. Councillor Watt?
Through the chair to the presenter, I just wanted to see some clarity on your rejection question slide. Just wondering, what kind of assurances do you have in place to ensure that there's a difference between tough questions that are looking for council accountability versus disrespectful questions? There's going to be times where there's going to be a member of the public that's going to hold council to task. So what policy or matrix do you have in place to ensure that those tough questions are vetted in advance?
Good question. It really just has to depend on the structure and the language being used. Of course, I think we can all understand what appropriate language is. And even if we do, in the policy, we do have a provision that are two things that maybe something we find inappropriate, like a certain slang or an insult or a very loaded question, we could, legislative services can alter the question to remove potentially offensive language and still pose the question to the public. For your question, I guess there's no strict criteria per se. It would have to be based on legislative services intuition, I suppose. But the point is not to restrict public participation. If anything, is supposed to encourage it. So legislative services will probably err more on the side of the benefit of the doubt as opposed to being more restrictive. So to answer your question, and in truth, there's essentially nothing outside of goodwill and the want for greater public participation and transparency.
Councillor Tesh, all right?
Thank you, and through the chair. So, who determines or vets these questions to determine whether they need to be amended, which is approved as presented, or not presented at all?
So we do have measures for like amending and altering stuff, and kind of like a fairly robust list of factors that will just simply just not allow you to publish, or that we can reject a question based upon. Like, I think there is a little bit of discrepancy here. Obviously, the question is just littered with offensive language and slurs and stuff like that. We're just not going to bother even editing it. We're just going to delete it. But sorry.
Yeah, sorry, let me just rule things. So who makes the determination though?
Legislative services. Cool.
Okay, thank you.
So Kellen, is the way I read this presentation was that you're looking for ways to answer questions to council, or you're looking for ways to answer questions to the city?
It would be both to answer questions from the public regarding council on the city. So.
Okay, because often a lot of the questions that come to council need to be answered by staff within the city that have the answers.
Yes. So this is more like an internal side, but it will be sent to, I believe Legislative Services has an email that's very active for questions, and then we'll be vetted by Legislative Services. We'll kind of see if the question's appropriate, send it to the right person, and then we can post it once the answer has been collected.
So you're saying that the emails or mails questions come in and then they get distributed to the correct individuals based on what they're asking?
Correct.
And then that could be councillors, or that could be staff members, or city directors, etc. And then those answers would then be provided back to Legislative Services and then be responded to the resident, or also be put on the web portal?
Both. Where they would receive like notification, hey, your question's been answered, and then it'll show up on the public, and maybe we can just send them an email so they don't necessarily have to check another website. But the web portal is still admittedly very early development, so that when coming back to council, that will be more robust. There's more of can we do it type of thing at this point in the stage, but so.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Thank you through the chair to Colin. So then further to that, so the questions are not coming before council.
Yeah. This policy does not outline it. Unless a councillor would use the page and thinks this is a important question to answer in front of council, but Legislative Services, the intent is not to bring questions from the public to council in this setting. Because there are other methods. There's your email, your work email, and your work phone are public. There's the front desk. There's Legislative Services. Essentially, the logic is if a resident wants their question answered, this is in addition to many ways how to get a question answered. If resident just wants to come here and make a show of themselves, that's something we don't want to happen. We're not discouraging transparency or public participation. We're just trying to discourage residents speaking at the podium for theatrics. That's kind of the intent behind the policy.
Councillor Dean?
Yeah, so I certainly would not support the idea of theatrics, and I'd like to see if we have had examples of that in our city in previous councils. I guess for me, I would like to see the policy have added to the policy a way in which these questions do come before council in that public setting. I would like for me to be able to vote yes on this policy is something that I would like to see added. And I'd also like to see some more language in regards to what is accepted. Because to me, it seems the language in it currently, and I don't even disagree with all of it, but it seems to be more about like what we won't accept as opposed to what we will accept. And so for me to be in favor of voting yes on this policy, those are the two things that I would like to see.
So on this policy, you're representing that these cities follow this policy. You're recommending that Calgary, Cochrane, Beaumont, Edmonton, Lethbridge, Rockview, Brooks, Fort Saskatchewan, Grande Prairie, Leduc, Medicine Hat, Red Deer follow this policy, that you don't have people standing up and other than public hearings and or committees, where they're allowed to come forward and talk about what's on the floor at the time that's being discussed with council.
That is correct.
Okay. Jerry, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just to, sorry, through the chair to council, just further to that, for example, and the past council of Rockview County, we never allowed question periods from the public. However, public participation through any public hearings or presentations to council, a resident can go to Lead Services and present a presentation to council and come and present something to council. It still has to go through the proper process, whether it's Lead Services and gets on the docket, the agenda, things like that. So there is other ways to have a presentation or to get that in front of council. The one other thing that Callan was was alluding to, and I think he explained it quite well. As an elected official, you are a representative of the community, and if the community has questions for their elected officials, there is ways to do that via email, phone calls, front desks, things like that. So, again, we're not trying to take any of the questions away from the residents or their participations. We're just looking at making sure that all the questions get answered in a proper fashion. The other thing I think Callan alluded to was exactly, we want to send those questions to the appropriate place, and then actually place them on the website where maybe other people have those same questions that they can go to refer. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? Councillor Vogt?
I think this is a great start. I am an avid supporter, Mr. Mayor, through the presenter, to question periods. I really am. And if someone comes and wants to grandstand, we have the power as a council to call order and have that person removed. I do know that there is concern, and I would like to see this information. I would like to see in the last 5 years, well, no, we'll go back further than that. How much grandstanding has actually taken place in this place? I have attended this council for over 6 years, and there's only been once or maybe twice that there was a grandstanding issue and it was able to be handled from the chair. And I totally believe that if some people can't get here to ask their questions, I think this email question into Lead Services to be read at the podium to council, and council gets to address, gets to send them an answer within a couple of days after. I think that's sufficient. But if they have the presence and they are concerned, I think they have the right democracy to come and make their point be known. And I would have to not vote in favor of this plan unless we can get some more information. Because I do know there's some cities in here that do not use it. I do know that Rockview County doesn't use it. And there's a lot of frustration that goes on within their council within the community because they can't get the questions addressed. But I think we need to look into this a little bit more, but I would not be in favor of voting for this. On this.
Okay, are there any further questions, comments? Councilor Watt?
To the chair, to the presenter, this is more of a comment or observation. Just concerned that in order to mitigate the risk of the threat of grandstanding, we're snubbing out the opportunity for the public to interact in good faith with their council. And knowing that the majority of us have run on a platform of transparency, it to me seems like we're going in the wrong direction, not having the opportunity for the public in good faith to come and again interact with their council. So I would like to see, as Councilor Bolt has indicated, that opportunity reestablished within the walls of this room and ensure that we have that interaction in good faith with others.
Absolutely.
Do you know why these other cities have taken it up?
Tends to be, well, for the larger cities, it tends to be fairly time consuming. It does add a lot of variables, and can be quite time consuming. Not for your usual council, but public participation is usually seen as like partially unnecessary because, as I mentioned, there's other avenues for your questions to be answered. Kind of going back to that, it's like, do you really want your question answered, or do you just want to be on camera? And that's kind of something we're trying to avoid. But there are logistical problems with it. Let's say a hot button issue happens in City Chestermere and everybody wants their voice to say. We can limit it to 3 minutes per person for only half an hour, but what if there's like a line out the door? Can we really legitimately limit it to 3 minutes per person for half an hour? All those other people have to leave, and it does ways like I don't want to overplay this, but kind of like ethical and democratic principles of this, what the point of a public participation is supposed to be, right? So it just adds a lot more, complicates regular council meetings, which tend to go on, like, not just the city, but like normal cities, they tend to go on for quite a while, and you're just adding like potentially another hour and 2 hours to this. So it just bogs down council meetings. It's logistically, it's just, yeah, sorry, that's kind of muddled, but just to sum it up, it's just adds a lot of time and logistical problems to city council meetings, which are really fairly long.
Do you know, I understand with Airdrie and Okotoks, there is a bit of a hybrid model. The questions have to relate to what's being discussed in council that day.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know more about that? Or
No, I'm sorry.
no? Okay.
I can do more research.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Henley?
Yeah, I think probably we want this policy to be more refined to come out and deal with public hearing, participation, about that. Probably also to define in the past here in our city. I remember as a resident coming, and your question had to be applicable to what was on the agenda. And sometimes that was problematic in the question period was the beginning of the agenda. When you asked a question, they would say, well, you have to wait until the presentation to get your answer, which was not really an answer. But I think, to Councillor Dean's point, what is not allowed and what is allowed, and I think we need to be more clear and all encompassing.
Any further questions, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, since we're using this mostly as a comment section today, I think it's interesting that we're on our agenda later on today is our procedure bylaw amendments. And one of the big items on there is that we're looking at the approval of our agenda items as they come through, so that we all are aware of the agenda items. We have the information ahead of time, but yet we're looking at a question period where we can give people the chance to bring up something we have no answer to at the time. So I'd like to see this policy in place so that we can answer questions properly, at the time and cost, right? If we're getting blindsided with questions that we have no answer to, I think it's against what we're trying to do as a council.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. All right, if we can move forward then, and look for a motion in relation to getting additional information, added to this, question policy and work out some of these concerns that council has, brought up today. If I can get that motion from the councilors. Councilor Hanley.
The council directs administration to take back the question period policy for further refinement, to enhance it to include public participation rights in public hearings, and further definition of what is allowed, not allowed, and the standards of which it will be applied.
Any comments or questions? Councilor Funk?
Just not sure I heard anything there that we're approving first reading. Seems like we're doing 3 reading on policy. Oh, wow.
We're not doing first reading.
It's a policy. I know. So,
We're just sending it back for additional consideration.
so somewhere here they did say that they were doing first reading, and we were treating it as for second, third reading. But
Yeah, that was amended.
yeah.
Is there any other comments in relation to Councilor Hanley's motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Callan. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2, which is our Rainbow Road condition update. Being presented today by Cameron Wong, Community Operations City of Chestermere, Interim City Director.
I'm not sure I always get the just before lunchtime slot. I keep in mind, just say yes to PM.
That's right.
Back on one slide, please. Thank you. Morning, Mayor and Council. Returning to present the traffic analysis and road condition update for Rainbow Road. Next slide, please. Starting with the total vehicles recorded for both the north and south counters. Year-to-date average between February and September. The north counter just under 26,000 vehicles, and the south counter just over 19,000 vehicles per month. Looking at the speed data next. Next slide, sorry. North County year to date, northbound is averaging 56 kilometers per hour, and southbound is averaging 53 kilometers per hour. South County year to date, both northbound and southbound averaging 65 kilometers per hour. Next slide, please. Speeds greater than 80 kilometers per hour. Review the numbers of vehicles traveling greater than 80. So 80 to 89 kilometers per hour, averaging 294 vehicles per month. 90 to 99 kilometers per hour, averaging 58 vehicles per month. And 100 plus kilometers, which is way too many, 15 vehicles per month. Iowa has increased their presence in that area, trying to deter speeding and illegal dumping. Next slide, please. And we're looking at the vehicle class. Majority of the traffic on that road is sedan and small SUVs. 95% of the total vehicles traveling on the road are classified as large. Next slide, please. Condition update. So September 15th, Council requested administration to come back with more details on the MRO process. The battle seal option, as well as reach out to new pavers on our approved roster who may have crews in the ice work and other projects. Next slide, please. Looking at our current method for dust control has been calcium chloride. It reduces dust, does not eliminate all dust, but reduce road noise. Unity between the cost of the calcium chloride and maintaining the road through grading and watering, the annual cost is $47,000. Next slide, please. Due to our option, this process would need to be completed 2 times to achieve the best results. City crews are required to grade as needed to remove the washboarding. Used oil offers similar results as the calcium chloride. In reducing dust, no significant change for noise, and there's a possibility of complaints from used oil in vehicles. Annual cost will be approximately $58,000 due to the higher cost of used oil based on current pricing. Next slide, please. The MRO process, which is really aggregate, is added and then graded to a smooth surface and compacted. Approximately 50,000 liters of asphalt oil will be added. This creates a hardened surface, dust is reduced. More than calcium or used oil, but does not eliminate all dust in some more than is real. Cost for this would be approximately $50,000 based on including the base preparation. This would be repeated annually. Next slide, please. The double seal coating process, so the current surface is prepared through grading, water, and compaction. First coat of emulsion is applied, the second layer, and the first layer of Edinburgh added on top, compacted and cured overnight. The next day, that process is repeated again. Dust is eliminated, road noise is minimal. Estimated quote that we received at the time was $236,000. No additional road maintenance will be required with this. Next slide. So these are all examples of double coats, these are all examples of previous road gravel roads that had double seal coat application. This process was 3 to 5 years ago, and these are high volume roadways with some heavy traffic, and as per the photos, they do appear to be holding up well. Next slide, please. And finally, we looked at paved roadways, and as per council's direction, we took the pavers on an approved roster for pricing, and we received quotes varying from $650,000 to $925,000. Next slide, please. Now, just reviewing the options really quickly. So options 1 to 3, they're all comparable annual operating costs, doing nothing really different, resulting in similar results for dust and flow and noise. The double seal option solves the issue of dust and noise and pays for itself over the next 5 years. And option 5, paving will be a capital cost, grant funding may be possible. Next slide, please. So the next steps, due to the time of the administration recommends issuing 2 RFPs to go out by the end of October, 1 for the double seal option and 2 for the paving option. By issuing a formal RFP, all vendors are going to be able to participate, not just from your approved vendor list. Possibly paving companies may offer discounted pricing next year to start their season. And the city can then review and evaluate the process at the end of November, at the same time we're going through our budget process occurring, and then we can award based on the approved budget. We can also review if there's any grant opportunities available as well. City could award the contract in 2022 to obtain best pricing, but the work would not commence until spring when conditions would allow. Next slide, please. Administration would like to remove the traffic cameras on Ridgeville Road now, north, and utilize them here in the city. If not, you can install them later at a later date. And finally, happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ken. Council, are there any questions for City Director Ken? Councilor Cook.
Mayor to Cam. If we decided that we were going to go with the double seal idea, why would we put tenders out for paving too?
That would be options through the chair to Deputy Mayor. Obviously, that'd be up to council. We wouldn't have to, we could actually just, if council is happy with them before, the double seal option, we can just go for an RFP on that one right now.
Any other questions, Councilor? I think given the, Councilor Watt?
Chair to City Director Ken. Just wondering, in the period of the public and those pretty much, have you had members of the public who especially live in that circuit reach out to you? I know that you guys reach out to council more than one occasion expressing concern. Do you have residents reaching out to you in regards to dust, noise, and so on and so forth?
We do have residents reaching out for the dust and the noise, definitely, and the option them probably actually eliminate that concern.
Right.
None 4 or 5.
I think given the, my opinion is given the trips that are happening, it's obviously an important road for Chesterton residents. They're having upwards of over 20,000 trips per month.
Correct.
That it would make some sense for us to move into some solutions. Personally, I think that the double seal option is the whole analysis
basically provides an answer to residents. It's rid of the dust, the noise problem, immediately. It pays for itself within a 5-year period. Right, so normally you don't get that return on investment that quickly. Then as that whole area eventually evolves, yeah, I believe it's called Bridgeport or something, correct? Then, further paving options and what happens to the road would be now for consideration or in the horizon window. It's already paid for. There's an annual operating savings because we're not dealing with calcium chloride anymore. And I believe that double seal is considered an investment in your road structure, so it's actually also eligible for a partial grant from you. So I think, I think the most prudent thing for council to do would be to authorize the RFP for that, and then take that very seriously when we do our budget next month. And yeah, that was about it. My comments.
Okay, if we could move forward with an option for Councilor Phil.
I would, if Councilor Hanley would like to, he's great at making these motions. I'm totally in favor of the double seal. And I've experienced that type of road to drive on many times, and so I think that's the route to go. But I agree that it needs to come forth. Need to bring it forth and council approve it to go through the RFP process and commence starting on it next spring.
Okay, if we can get a motion to from council to proceed with the double seal option RFP to come back to council and move forward with that option. Councilor Hanley?
I move that we direct administration to change the request for a proposal for the double seal option of Rainbow Road. And
For spring commencement. For spring commencement.
yeah, for commencement in the spring of 2023, pending budget vote.
And through the chair, I guess, can we also remove those cameras? Those counters, sorry.
The counters.
Those counters, we'd like to use them somewhere else, elsewhere in the city. We can come back once we actually, do that treatment on that road when traffic numbers will pick up again, put them back up there in next spring, to get some more data for you. For right now, we'd like to.
Okay. All right, any questions or comments for Councilor Hanley's motion?
I was just going to say, you can do the second motion on the counters.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so all in favor? Carried? Second motion?
That council authorizing administration to remove the counters on Rainbow Road to be used elsewhere in the community.
Okay, any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried? Thank you.
Very well,
Thank you. All right, so with that, we'll break for lunch now, and we'll look at coming back at 1:45. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just coming back from lunch. We're just going to get on with our council meeting today. We're moving on to our bylaws section, section J, number 1, which is the Clearwater Park Road closure and land use designation bylaws 022-22 and 023-22, presented by Sarah Haiti. Good afternoon. Just hold it for about 2 seconds. There we go.
Alright,
Thank you.
now you can hear me. So my name is Sarah Haiti, Planning Assistant with the City of Chestermere. Today, staff is bringing forward first reading of bylaw 022-22, the Clearwater Park West permanent road closure. And as a note, I am asking to bring forward one bylaw today rather than the 2 initially considered as per the agenda item. To clarify, staff is no longer bringing forward bylaw 023-22, the land-based designation. Next slide, please. The applicant for this bylaw is IBI Group on behalf of Clearwater Park Inc. The applicant seeks to permanently close a portion of the original government road allowance along Range Road 281. The affected area is located in the Clearwater Park West neighborhood, which, as you may recall, the outline plan was approved for this area by council on September 6, 2022. Next slide. As mentioned, the applicant seeks to close a portion of the undeveloped Range Road 281 in order to allow for the future build-out of the Clearwater Park West development. This would create a land title under the city's name for the closed road lands. Eventually, a land swap between the city and Clearwater Park Inc. would occur in order for Clearwater to obtain the closed road lands. And this would be in exchange for public utility lot located immediately south of the city's existing public works yard. The land swap negotiation would occur separately from this road closure bylaw. Next slide. So outlined in red is the proposed portion of road to be closed, located in the Clearwater Park West subdivisions of Phase 1 and Phase 3. This will ultimately become part of the residential development, municipal reserve, and pond lands. The public utility lot that the city will acquire as part of the land swap is circled in black. This parcel can be utilized for future activity or development in the existing public works yard. Next slide. There is some additional context for the portion of Range Road 281 proposed to be closed. Township Road 243 is located immediately north, and the Trans-Canada Highway is to the south. No existing accesses to the adjacent residential lots will be impacted by this road closure. As you can see in the aerial, the land for the road allowance is currently undeveloped. Next slide. This plan gives a closer look at the land uses on the closed road lands. This includes road, municipal reserve, public utility, and residential uses. As these land uses were approved in the Clearwater Park ASP and Clearwater Park West outline plan, no further land use designation would be required. Next slide. The proposed bylaw aligns with the general intent of policies within applicable regulations and guiding documents. This includes the MDP, Clearwater Park ASP, Clearwater Park West outline plan, and land use bylaw as amended. Next slide. The proposed changes, if approved, will assist the landowner to achieve the build-out of design plans as laid out in the Clearwater Park ASP and Clearwater Park West outline plan. Additionally, the city will acquire about 1.55 hectares or 3.83 acres of public utility lot, which is to be consolidated with the existing public works yard in the future. Next slide. There are no anticipated disadvantages identified as this bylaw is approved. Next slide. And as a note, I would like to make a verbal update that since November 15th is not beyond the 30-day requirement for the minutes to be approved, I would like to ask council to direct administration to schedule a public hearing and second and third reading for December 6th, if approved today after first reading. Next slide. In conclusion, administration supports the applicant's request Staff recommends that council give first reading to bylaw 022-22, being a bylaw to close a portion of original government road allowance, Range Road 281. Staff also recommends that council approve the scheduling of a public hearing and second and third reading to take place on December 6th. Just to reiterate, this is a verbal update to change from the initial proposed date of November 15th. However, if council requires more time to make a decision, comments received during the public hearing will be summarized and any concerns responded to at a subsequent council meeting. Next slide. That now concludes my presentation. Myself, other members of the planning team, and the applicant are here to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sarah. That was great. Just a quick question. Are you looking for earlier than the 6th of December?
As I've been told, we would need to schedule the public hearing 30 days beyond today.
Yep.
So I'm looking for December 6th for the public hearing.
Because I believe we do have council meeting on the 22nd and, those are budget meetings. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Councilor, are there any questions? Councilor Dean?
Thank you through the mayor to the presenter. Thank you again for the presentation. One of the things I do have, this is outside of our jurisdiction. I'm just wondering if there is a way for us to, I don't know if we would need to work with Rocky County on this, but in terms of that public hearing piece, I know that people who live directly across from where this development is going in, have been reaching out with some questions, we're directing back to Rocky County, just ensuring that there's a way that they know that they can come to this just to find out information, as they have been reaching out to find out things. So I'm just wondering what the logistics on how that would work. And what would the promotion for this public hearing look like, and is that a possibility?
Through the chair to Councilor Dean, that's a great question, and we have been involved with Rocky County circulating. As for the actual logistics of the public hearing, I would ask Jordan or Liz to comment on that. I'm not quite sure.
Beth and Council Jordan for this. So yeah, what we can do, Council, we technically can achieve some communications, so we can look into that. And then we can also let our contact and refer this application to the county the date. So if they're getting subsequent questions, they can be incidents. I don't think Rocky County residents should have a major concern with this because it's unbuilt, so there is a permit there. So it's that's why it's 2 weeks.
I will add that we do post everything onto the social media channels for public hearings, so anyone who is aware and paying attention will know. But we don't typically send to the actual property owners, just as a piece of clarity. Our digital advertising policy doesn't require us to do that, and we never send to landowners in Rocky specifically. We would send to Rocky, which has already been done for this. And yeah, so the municipality is as well. Just a big one. Thank you.
Councilor Hammond?
I was just going to say to Sarah, thank you, Bill. I know it's tough first time coming. I don't think there's any other issues with council wants. I can give the motions favor of better question.
Yeah, sure, please do.
The council, the first reading, the bylaw 022-22 being a bylaw to close a portion of the existing government road line, Spring Road 281.
Any comments, questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now I believe you have a second motion, Councilor Hammond.
With council's direct staff to schedule a public hearing for bylaw 022-22 on December 6, 2022.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 2, which is our procedure bylaw amendment, 014-22. Being presented today by Missy Brewer from our legislative administrator and corporate services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Council. So, we want to go through this so that council and the public can see the documents. I did not put a slide together. I did provide this in the agenda for your review. Legislative services, along with advisor Jerry Patrol, did put together a couple of amendments to bylaw 014-22, the procedure bylaw, in preparation for the organization, along with the intentions of creating a bit more of a streamlined process for the agenda. So I'm just going to go through a couple of the changes. Some of them are quite minor, some are like in preparation for the organization meeting and hoping to create a bit more of an efficient process. So the first change you'll take note on page 2. Under section 3.4, the term of appointment for deputy mayor, we've changed from an 8-month term to a 12-month term. On page 4, that is also displayed under 5.1.2 at the organizational meeting. Section 8. It states the city appoints the deputy mayor for the ensuing 12-month term as per the original 8-month. Moving on to page 9. Under section 6.1.3, we have changed. It says the chief administrative officer or the director of corporate services or their designate distributes council agendas to council no later than 6 business days prior to each council meeting. This is changed from 2. This will give council a little bit more adequate time to review the agenda, come back to the city director or CAOs with any questions they may have with the content, giving staff a chance to add more information if council requests or change any of the information documents, provide anything additional prior to the upcoming agenda, which should streamline the process of the agenda meetings. Topics come to council. That also is added in 6.1.4, changing from 2 to 6 business days. Moving on to page 10, we have added a 6.5.1. To ensure that staff has adequate time to prepare presentations and material to inform council, and that council has adequate time to review presentations and material, the City of Chestermere has established the following guidelines for employees to submit presentations and materials for council meetings. The procedure is as follows. In order for staff and council to properly prepare for council meetings, the agenda will be constructed in the following way. Corporate Services will review council meeting minutes and the action list to advise the city director and mayor who is expected to make presentations to council. Corporate Services will then review with city director and the mayor to determine who is expected to make presentations to council. Staff members will be informed by Legislative Services and given 5 business days to develop a rough draft presentation to present to the mayor, the deputy mayor, and city director at the agenda review meeting held on the Wednesday, 14 business days before the scheduled council meeting. Once the agenda items have been confirmed by Mayor and City Director the items that will be on the official agenda for the upcoming council meeting. Staff members will have 6 business days to submit their final presentations to corporate services after they have received their approval and the approval for their respective city administrative officer. Corporate services will then publish the official agenda with all documents for the upcoming council meeting 6 business days in advance. Corporate services will not accept any presentation that does not match the official City of Chestermere style guidelines or is not using the official City of Chestermere PowerPoint templates. Failure to meet these deadlines will result in the presentations not being included in the official agenda, and the responsibility of this absence will be placed on the individual staff member for failing to do so. Once corporate services has posted the official agenda, changes or amendments will not be made under any circumstances. If any item is to be discussed at council that is not on the agenda, an individual will have to bring a file of their presentation on a USB thumb drive along with 7 printed copies of the presentation, report, or any other material intended to be presented for the mayor and 6 councillors. In order for council to discuss the item at the council meeting, council must bring up the item as an emergent item and must receive a unanimous vote. In the event of a statutory holiday, these deadlines will not change. Staff members will receive less time, dependent on the length of the statutory holiday, and at the discretion of council, to meet the previous requirements. Missing deadlines due to a statutory holiday is not a legitimate reason, and the same disciplinary measures will be applied. These are all of the changes that were made to bylaw 014-22. Are there any questions?
Councillor Hanlon? The agenda is roughly 3 weeks before. Then it seems like everyone's giving the information, and the agenda is set with the feedback from administration for the 14 days from the following week. Then they're given days to produce their final presentation to legislative services, so it's there in advance, and then the agenda can be set. It doesn't look like there's time on the presentation submission. There's time built in for if there's amendments that need to happen in those presentations. Because it seems like you're shortchanging yourself, because when you get into this is the week before. So the week before a council meeting. So if say for example, if we had a council meeting next week, right? Basically what you're saying is you would have presentations available to you for next week's council meeting already, right? However, but it's not finalized, right? It'll be finalized sometime this week for next week's meeting, right? But you would be unable to actually have the presentations to the public 6 business days in advance. So I think you need to build in that buffer where and I would recommend that you basically suggest that the package to the public be released by the end of Thursday, rather than business days. Because as you said before, if there's a statutory holiday or whatever, why get caught up in those types of issues? Council may in fact actually have the information, after our council meeting on Tuesday, we may get that and sort of like, okay, start getting ready for next week, and then provide whatever feedback they have for that final approval or whatever to the mayor and the deputy mayor. Then my other comments are in the next section where you talk about corporate services will not accept any presentation that doesn't match the official city stuff. I think you may want to rework that piece in that often we'll have like the sports task force group or some other group come that's not part of city administration that may not fit in that category. right? So perhaps the wording should be adjusted to say administration staff will always use a consistent PowerPoint presentation consistent with the city standards, policies, and guidelines or whatever. My point of this week versus next week on Thursday also contradicts, because you've got it there twice under the 6.14 and the 6.51E. Both sections would have to be adjusted to be in compliance with one another. And I'd be careful about the business days. And my other question is for the deputy mayor position. I understand what you're saying is because we have an organizational meeting once a year, right? It's a topic that should be on the organizational meeting. If we previously voted to switch the term to 8 months, but by changing it to 12 in this, does that prevent us as a council from doing it on a lesser term or a shorter basis? We make the appointment for 12 months, but we ourselves can say, okay, after so many months, we're done and we'd like to now reappoint someone else as the deputy mayor. Is there, by doing this in the bylaw, are we restricting ourselves to that ability of it's 12 months and that's all there is to it? Or is it 12 months or less, depending on council's?
Sorry, you broke up.
I just hope you ask you for the past.
Missing? Thanks, so
Sorry about that. Councillor Henry had asked if it would be 12 months or less, if the bylaw would limit them to just 12 months. I indicated that as per our conversation, putting it in the bylaw will set it up to be a vote at each organizational meeting for the deputy mayor position. I'm just asking if you have a comment on it.
Through the chair to Councillor Hamley, the reason why we chose a 12-month period for organizational meetings with the deputy mayor just seemed to be a lot easier to remember instead of the 8 months all the time. So this way, once a year when we do organizational meetings, all the committees, deputy mayors, et cetera, would be picked at that one particular time.
Councillor Wood?
Through the chair to the presenter and Jerry. I'm just taking issue here to the section 3.4, the change to 12 months. I think this council is quite savvy in remembering dates and is quite able to remember when the 8-month term is up. The spirit behind 8 months was to allow everyone that has a seat on council the ability to take their turn with the deputy mayorship. So I take issue to changing it just for the sheer technicality of lack of remembering or convenience. So I would like to see it remain at eight months to allow equity among members of council.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Watt. Your procedure bylaw is quite clear, though, that I know that maybe the intentions were that every council wants to have an opportunity to be a deputy mayor. However, it is being always voted on the council. So therefore, each council member might not have that opportunity. It depends on who's nominated and how that voting structure goes.
Sorry, lost my train of thought for a second there. Referencing the number of business days on each item, would it be easier if you just took out the reference to business days? That way, because right now by business days, the release of the next agenda would be on a Monday. prior to the, so if we were working on next week's, you'd actually have to release the agenda package yesterday for the next, right? So was the intention to release it on the Wednesday after? So if you remove business days, then it takes that out. I think that was the intention, that was that agendas would be released on the Wednesday after the current agenda item, or agenda.
Sorry.
I believe what we're trying to do is have council review days on Mondays, whether it be for staff, whether it be for the mayor and deputy mayor. And the Wednesday prior to the next council is when staff is having a rehearsal agenda meeting, no council there. And so, let me back up just a bit. If we had presented on the Monday the entire package to the mayor and deputy mayor to review, if they need to make some minor edits in that moment, they still have, the staff still has till Thursday to do those minor edits. However, the Wednesday is when our admin staff is doing the agenda, no council. And then all new agendas completely signed off. Once the mayor and deputy mayor sign off on them, it will then be posted on the Thursday evening. Does that make sense?
Because what they already have here is that you're releasing information to the website and council at the same time, 6 business days.
Yes, and it should
6 business days will be on a Monday prior to the.
Sorry, it should say 6 days.
That's what
Not
I
business. Sorry.
Business.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I guess in response to that, through the mayor to Councillor Funk, where we need to remove business. I think that's been stated a couple of times now, business out of here. When we sat down and built this, it was with a calendar, the council calendar, and I did originally have an example in here listed. I was away last week and the example had been removed, and I had originally intended on building a flow chart, but a process has been started with my city director along with the team that I'm working with, and so the process, I guess, has been adapted to days and not business days. So there does need to clearly be some amendment to what I'm presenting today.
Councillor Henry?
Yeah, I was going to recommend that as well. In this section, it may be good to have a little illustration or a little calendar that really shows it out. And so it's clear to everyone exactly what's going to be tenders.
So, I was just working that out. So we're trying to have that's council, or sorry, the deputy mayor and the mayor would review the final agenda on the Monday. And then, if there's any changes and whatnot, that between then and, either the Wednesday or Thursday, that those would then be sent out, published on the Thursday. Which would be, Thursday would be either 5 days or 3 business days, whichever way you want to do it. And then the Wednesday, I guess the Wednesday could be 6 days or 4 business days. Just reading. Is there any questions for everyone else? Councillor Dean?
Not a question, 2 comments. One, under 6.5.1, it only mentions deputy mayor as an or and only mentions it once. So I believe that this procedure kind of cuts out the deputy mayor. inadvertently. I don't think that was the intent based on anything that I've heard. So I think that that was inadvertent. And to, speaking to, Mr. Joe's point from a moment ago, I believe we could also make provision in the bylaw to speak to exactly that, where maybe the deputy mayor does not serve consecutive terms or serves one term in the time in office. So I believe that there's ways that could adjust the bylaw to get the spirit of the bylaw. According to what this council had talked about.
Any other comments? So when we have our final meeting for the week ahead of time on the Monday, do we expect that on that day for that meeting, we would have the final submission from the various departments on their presentation? Okay. And do you prefer us using business days or prefer us saying day of the week actually? Like for example, Monday before or?
Maybe let's just go with day of the week.
Okay.
Councilor Polk?
Would it be helpful, sorry, through the Mayor, Nancy, would it be helpful if we had a timeline in there for council to review and then before we post it publicly? That way it gives council actually time to review an agenda package before it's presented to the public. So if there's any changes that need to be made, or clarifications.
Through the mayor to council fund, that, I mean, I guess that's exactly why we extended it from 2 days to 6 days, was most certainly to give council the opportunity to have a very good review of the agenda prior to coming to council meeting, so that if there became any questions of any of the presentations, if council wanted more information prior to coming to council meeting, if there was any information that seemed unclear, that they had the opportunity to address that prior to council meeting. So if you like, we can most certainly amend that to have council have the opportunity to review it for a few days and then it come back to us, administration, with a final okay before it becomes posted to the public, or saying, okay, we need more information from this department or this particular presenter, and then we can get that clarified before it's posted. However, that's why I brought it.
Yeah, that was there. It's just a question on my part is if we want to just like those members or administration to actually have things and stuff before it actually was. Councilor Hanley?
Yeah, I guess, one of my questions that if I read this section 3.4, followed by point A, how do we can resolve this issue by saying the term of the executive vehicle is for a term in 12 months and will not extend on the term of office. And then it says that the organizational meeting, of course, annually, the deputy mayor's term is less than 12 months, so two deputy mayors shall be selected, which is on 1.8, which is going to follow the story and then so we can still do it within the term of the organizational meeting. It's just we have to be recognized and counted. And when you have an organizational meeting, when it's start going with the end period and review within the next calendar year, if there's no that, make those decisions at that point in time. And I think that will resolve the issue, and if for some reason, late or whatever, we don't have total limitation in the rest of the organization. So, it's just my suggestion, I said, that's how it works within the structure of this and respects for the council experience moving aside.
Councilor Dean, any motion?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just wondering in regards to feedback on this. We seem to have a number of administrative staff that present on a fairly regular basis. We had 2 of them present today, right? So I'm wondering if they had opportunity to provide feedback on any of this. And if not, could we do that moving forward to get some feedback from some of our senior staff who present on a very regular basis here at council?
To the Mayor, Councilor Demon, I absolutely can reach out to some senior staff. I have had staff approach me with respects to what we've began and thanked us for having some structure and some process with a level of appreciation. But I can most definitely reach out to the senior staff.
Councilor Hanlon? Yeah, I would think that having this structure gives everyone about the point learning allows council to make better on decisions because you'll see the presentation. But it allows public to have that understanding as well, because quite often what we see is presentations and then probably occurring over the weekend and actually happening. The council meeting has to decide on something and it's the person's planning we or the public decision. So I think by adding the structure into the processing this things and we'll insert things adding the structure.
Through the Mayor, Councilor Hanley, thank you for that comment. We do work, the hope is that this creates efficiency for everyone and more informative presentations coming to council, which will hopefully make your decisions easier.
And so today you're looking for a first reading on this?
Well, because of some of the changes that have occurred since Friday, and obviously some of the concerns that have been presented, I feel like there's probably some changes that need to happen. So if council would like, you're most welcome to provide first reading as amended, and I'll make the amendments and bring it back so that
Missy, there's no amendments on the table on the floor yet. There's always just only suggestions.
Jerry, they've requested the business.
There's no amendments on the floor yet. There's only suggestions.
Right. So we're just looking for a first reading of today. Okay. Councilor Hanlon?
Yeah, it's my understanding that we should give it first reading, which puts it on the case. Then we can follow it up with an additional motion that says, please go back and reach out to us for discussion that we amend the suggested amendments made before we report. So that would be reports all the college.
Okay, any other comments?
So I'll make that motion.
Your mic's off. Jim, comment?
No, I was gonna make a motion.
Okay, Councilor Folk, is that the motion?
I make a motion that we give first reading to the procedural bylaw. Numbers 14-.
Yes. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Harry? Are there further discussions in regards to any of the items that are in there making amendments? Jerry?
Thank you through the chair to the mayor and council. It's great that we gave this first reading. However, administration only has suggestions to council. There's no amendments that are really made or voted on. So if we're actually wanting to change something, we should really be going back on this particular bylaw, making those changes and voting on them through motions. That way, it's very clear of what council wants procedure bylaw.
Jerry, should we make the first, redo the first reading to have amendments in it? Or make amendments before the first reading?
So your worship, basically what's going to happen is the exact same bylaw is going to come back to council for second and third reading where you'd have to amend it, or you could amend it from first. And we can change the amendments today, and then you can give it first, second, consideration for third, and then third as well, if this is what the council chooses to do. If not, this would come back exactly how it's presented today to another council meeting.
So can we, from this point forward, that we've given first reading, can we make amendments to parts of this right now?
You can, and then it could also then give it second if you consider, if that's where you want to go with this.
Okay. If you don't wish to give it second, though, can we make amendments to it right now?
Then what I do is rescind first reading, make the amendments that you require here, and then give it first reading as amended.
Okay.
So Callan, if you can bring that up and make sure you have a clean copies for the amendments and just make sure that you're highlighting it as they're making the amendments.
Council vote?
I will rescind my motion.
All in favor? Great. Okay, so looking into some of the amendments that are being discussed. So I guess dealing with the first one, which is the appointments of the deputy mayor, either were there some suggestions as to methods of changing this? Councilor Hammack?
Yeah, 3.4 read, the term of the appointed for the term of appointment for deputy mayor is for a term of 8 to 12 months and will not expand beyond the term of office that that person as a councillor.
So, just as a question, what's the difference between up to 8 to 12 months or up to 12 months?
In that, if for some reason we don't have it, the term doesn't expire until 12 because it's at an organizational. And if we look on the screen here, item A immediately followed, as an organizational meeting occur annually, the deputy mayor's term is less than 12 months. 2 deputy mayors shall be selected. They identified in their dates. It will define with the start and end dates, not doing so in the lead position date. So that's the ability to actually at the organizational meeting, decide at that point in time, is it 8 or 12? And if we want to go back to 8 or whatever, it gives us that leeway. And if we go, okay, Councillor Foden is deputy mayor right now, he was appointed at this point in time, 8 months from there is there, so then we can say, okay, we can reaffirm Deputy Mayor Foden as the deputy mayor until such a time, and then do the vote for who the deputy mayor is afterwards.
Okay, so doesn't up to 12 months give you that flexibility to do whatever you want?
Well, that was my original question. If it's up to 12 months, when can we do less? That's my very original question. But the answer seemed to be no, we needed to sort of have a range or define it as either 8 or 12. And sort of, I think we need this in the same page.
And sorry, through the chair to Councillor Hanley, and I'm sorry, my audio is really bad for especially on your mic for some reason. I'm not sure what's going on. So if that was your question, I apologize. I didn't quite understand it then. The deputy mayor can resign at any time and a new one be appointed at any time. So if that was your question, you're absolutely right. Where you're going with this, up to 12 months is from if somebody gets appointed, for example, today and they don't resign tomorrow, then we appoint another one. So it's up to it's open.
So up to 12 months is appropriate.
Yeah,
because you can choose it to be under.
Mm-hmm.
By council's resolution. 8, 9, 10.
Yeah. So if that's the case for up to 12 months, right? Then I don't think we need to even amend this section at all.
Not that particular, but 5.1.2A does not say that. It says specifically 12 months. So that would need to be amended to up to.
Yeah.
Councilor Green?
Yes, thank you. Through the to council, I would like to see us actually change the wording to what I suggested earlier, where we put right in our bylaw the opportunity that we are demonstrating to be without the opportunity for everyone on council to have an opportunity to be deputy mayor. And because we already know with what we've done, we've now made that basically an impossibility unless somebody just fell 2 people before once. So I would actually like to see that added right into the bylaw to demonstrate that that was the original intent of what we wanted to do.
Okay, but does that affect though this being having the word up to in it though?
I'd like to thank you through the Mayor's Office Council. I would like to actually leave it at the 8 months with the wording I'm suggesting. I would not be in favor of the up to. I would be in favor of leaving it at 8 months. Yes, with what I'm suggesting.
So just so I'm clear, can you state that again?
Yeah. I am saying that I would like to see it something along the lines of the term of the appointment of deputy mayor is 8 months and will not extend beyond the term of office that person is a councillor. And councillors will serve a maximum of 1 term as deputy mayor during the 4-year term.
So that's what I thought. So for example, what happens if the councillor resigns early as being deputy mayor?
Yeah, so there's provisions that, there are other provisions that we put in this as we put it on the table, so it could be unless unanimous vote or something like that. What I'm trying to get at is the idea of getting the wording in there in the first place, and then we can flesh this out as we've demonstrated a good job of being able to do so.
Any other comments, Pascal? I'm in favor of keeping it just the way it is.
Leaving it up to 8 months or up to 12?
8 months.
8 months?
For the, we was, we can see 8 months as required.
Okay, Councilor Hanley?
Yeah, I was going to suggest the same thing, leave it the way it originally was up to 8 months. However, change section 5.1.2, which appoints the deputy mayor for the ensuing 8 months as required, right? By modifying that statement, you have similar to the same thing as we had before, that would start and end dates of appoints the deputy mayor for the ensuing 8 months, right? Or for the remainder of their term, as well as the second deputy mayor with the start and end dates of their term.
So correct me if I'm wrong, it currently says that today, right?
It says it in section 3.4. If you
Says up to 8 months.
yeah, it's up to 8 months, and then it says as an organizational meeting occurs annually, and the deputy mayor's term is less than 12 months, 2 deputy mayors shall be selected with the defined start and end dates anytime. I'm not doing so would leave the position vacant. So we would do that, and so at the organizational meeting, it's this section A basically contradicts the earlier piece. So we need to correct for that. This says that the organizational meeting council appoints a deputy mayor for the remainder of their 8-month term, and The second, how does I say? Two deputy mayors. Reaffirms the existing deputy mayor for the remainder of their term and appoints a new deputy mayor with start and end dates. And then if you modify that A section of 5.12, that sort of resolves the problem or the conflict between the two.
So is 5.1.2A not 8 months right today?
It says 8 months today.
And that conflicts with,
It conflicts with the earlier statement because it says two deputy mayors shall be selected. With defined start and end dates.
so it conflicts with 3.4.8, but not 3.4.
It doesn't conflict with 3.4, it just conflicts with 3.4A.
Your worship, if I may.
Hi, Terry, yes, please.
So the wording behind 3.4 for 3.4 and then 3.4A is the term of the mayor is up to 8 months, but A jumps into as organizational meetings annually, the deputy mayor term is less than 12 months. That's because of the 8 months. 2 deputy mayors shall be selected. So what that basically was saying is at the organizational meeting, and sorry, it's open for interpretation, that a deputy mayor could be selected at an organizational meeting if that deputy mayor has not finished their 8-month period. That doesn't mean that their deputy mayorship would take effect until the date that was appointed. So I can see how that was confusing, but it's open for interpretation for sure.
Okay, so you're saying that it's not in conflict because of the last part of the sentence, which indicates 2 deputy mayors shall be selected with defined start and end dates. Anytime not doing so would leave the position vacant. So because it has defined start and end dates, you're saying that would not be in conflict.
Correct, and I think your worship, it probably could have been worded a little bit better. It's open for interpretation, so I see how council is maybe looking at it in a different lens as well. That wasn't our intention. As we know, this procedure bylaw was changed a few times in the past. So that was the interpretation that was meant for 3.4A.
Is it simple enough to add in that sentence that not to overlap? Does that solve the issue?
In 3.4A, we could add the words, so it's already there. We define start date and end date, and in fact, not doing so will leave the position vacant. So, I think it's there, but we could specify dates when the deputy mayor is being picked.
So just automatically assumes that they wouldn't overlap.
That's correct.
Okay. Missy?
They could just require this modification. So, or that neighborhood something of that nature.
It does also force us to make the decision 4 months early.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that's the intention, but
Yeah.
Councillor Hannan?
Yeah, I was trying to say, 5A, or 5.1.2A, perhaps it could read something along the lines of appoints the deputy mayor for the ensuing developments, ensuring the position is up to date and start amendments. So basically it says during an organizational meeting, we must ensure that the deputy mayor position has succession structure built into it.
So I would be involved.
Missy, you have a bad mic.
It's on film.
Secretary. I assume that's why.
I guess the question is does the appointment of the deputy mayor have to be tied to the organizational meeting at all?
Yes.
The organizational meeting is one of the first portions of the organization.
Is it meant for the very first appointment though? Once you've got it going, then council can make its decisions. So our very first time that we're going into office, yeah, we've got to do it right away. But then after that, council does what it decides to do. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you.
It is in fact the process.
Yeah.
All the community boards.
Okay.
That's, I have the same question as you actually, but I am confused where that comes from and why that's because there's other municipalities I think that have a deputy mayor that's stated for the whole term, 4-year term. So why would that be a requirement? I understand it's in our procedural bylaw, but we changed our procedural bylaw to say 8 months. So we can change that and it doesn't have to be tied to the organizational meeting. It can be tied to just our procedural bylaw, right? So we can take out the organizational meeting portion of it. So. Yeah. All right.
Jerry, do you have a comment on this conversation?
Missy's mic's bad. I can't pick up what Missy's saying, but I did hear what Councillor Funk said. And he's absolutely right. You can have a deputy mayor at any time this council chooses for a 4-year term, 6 months, 8 months, whatever you feel. We're just trying to tie it to the organizational meeting. We still felt that was better. But the council again can choose to the 8-month period. If going back to what Councillor Dean wants to do, there's one correction that would have to be done as well. If this council chooses to appoint a councillor for every deputy mayor, then 5.1.4 also would need to be changed because it talks about voting and nominations.
Okay, so you're saying that the appointment of the deputy mayor does not have to be attached to the organizational meeting after the very first one has occurred?
That's correct. Some municipalities have it every 6 months. Some have it like the city of Chester did earlier, 8 months. Some have it for 1 year. It's totally up to this council what they choose to do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah, perhaps this could be resolved by every council when they get elected must have an organizational meeting before we can do anything. So if there's a section in here in our procedural bylaw that says the very first organizational meeting of council will ensure that the deputy mayor is appointed, blah, blah, blah. And then it's because now when it's not the very first meeting, we don't need to worry about that. The bylaws keeps it separate. So then we can, this whole section of the deputy mayor during the appointment, how we appoint them, belongs in that first section. And it's only during the first section. And then as far as regular council meetings go, we can have that appointment of deputy mayor, here's the procedure, we do it whenever the term is expired and we're responsible to ensure that is followed.
Councillor Funk? If I'm not mistaken, that's exactly how the MGA lays it out. at your first organizational meeting after election, you do that. But then the procedural bylaw during the 4-year term defines how you do deputy mayor after that.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, that's why I think of within the procedural bylaw, have a specific section for what's unique about the very first organizational meeting of the council.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it,
You could
it's just our procedural. Yeah.
So, we could leave 3.4 at 8 months. We could remove 3.4A. And we could remove 5.1.2A only. Is that the only places that it references that discussion? That's Dean?
I believe also that we would, Councilman, actually, about 5.1.4 will be your first organization, right? So that's the beginning of that one. And then I think we would get a new one for what happens subsequent to that with something. Yes. And going back to your opponent's question or concern, with what I was saying, it could also be that perhaps there's a counselor that doesn't want that, and so you can have the wording in there with the exception of if a council member expresses an opinion on which to serve a term as deputy mayor. That would be the exception to when everybody gets a chance.
Okay, so in relation to the first changes, Jerry, can we do this by passing a motion one at a time? Or do we have to do that by an amendment, one big motion?
No, you can do the amendments one at a time. So if it's easier, Callan can just, when you're doing your amendments, he can just take it out, highlight things. Do you have a live document on that, Callan? On your procedure bylaw?
Can you zoom in? So if you can jump to 3.4. Okay, so the one conversation we're having, but is the First Amendment is the idea of just getting rid of 12 and keeping 8. That's
It's not actually an amendment, it's what's over there. The 12 would be amendment.
true.
Right, so we don't actually, we're changing it to red, we don't actually deal with it.
Yeah, it does.
It's our sort, I came out with a statement, that's it.
That's right. Yeah, so we want to keep 3.4 as is. At least this is. Vote on it, don't we, or
Not gonna be it.
We could vote not to accept the change.
no, not to accept the change. Of 12. Let's keep it at 8. And then removing 3.4A. No idea where you're from.
It's just changes or locations right on the document.
Can you open it up in what's that called?
Word
Foxborough? So it can be adjusted?
Do Foxborough just do comments.
Oh.
Can we take a 10 minutes to just while we figure?
Sure. So let's take a 10-minute recess while we get this organized. So it's 2:57. So Colin, if you can take a recess.
Please take a recess now. 10 minutes.
everyone for your patience. We're just coming back into our council meeting after the recess. We're just focusing on our procedure bylaw 014-22. I'm just wondering if this is a bit premature to bring this forward while we need to look at these variety of changes and not quite go so quick. Make sure we're not doing it properly, but that's just one of my questions, I guess. Councillor Paul?
I would actually make a motion, because it seems a little premature that we table this and let administration go back and do some more work on it.
Okay. So any comments or questions in regards to the motion? Councillor Dean?
Council, would we be open to the idea of lots of
Sorry, Your Worship. Sorry, Councillor Dean, not to go over you. It's actually, there was a tabling motion there, so there is no comments. And I apologize for that.
Oh, true. Sorry. Table motion, correct. Guess there's no conversation. In regards to the tabling of the motion, table of the procedure bylaw reading, first reading, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Hanlon?
I was gonna say, now can we make a motion, to request administration to, do the amendments based on the discussion and come back with answers?
Absolutely. Isn't that what tabling does?
Tabling just puts it down. We didn't actually instruct administration to do anything.
Why are they doing something now?
That's what I'm suggesting. Do something now. We instruct administration to, come back to the, revision to it, and then we'll lift it from the table and we'll review their amendments.
Okay, well, let's be clear, I guess, with what we're trying to communicate. So let's proceed with what you're saying. Councillor Hanlon?
Through the chair, if I may.
Sure.
Sorry, and maybe it's a bad connection, and I must apologize for this. I thought I heard Councillor Funk state that it was prematurely to have administration relook at this. Then he wanted to table, and I apologize if I missed that. I'm not trying to put words in Councillor Funk's mouth at all. So if that's not what he said, I do apologize.
That's correct. That's correct. He did say that. So that relooking, I guess, is what staff is going to do, and then come back to council. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Councillor Dean.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if council would be open to the idea of us emailing some of our suggestions and thoughts to Missy, because I don't see that being involved, because she's going to come back with all that stuff probably after anyway. So I was wondering if this council would be open to that as a way forward as well.
Barring Jerry telling me no, I think that would be okay. Sound good, Jerry?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think just allow administration to come back and look at this. My comments could be different here the next meeting. I might even ask to bring a workshop. So please allow me to have a few, when I get back, a few days to look at this and then come up with a solution for council and for lead services.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jerry.
Sorry, Your Worship. When should I return?
Jerry, do you have an idea on when we should try and put this back?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm glad you left it open and just tabled it. We'll bring it back as soon as we can. Like I said, allow me to have a solution, and then we'll put it on the agenda again as soon as I have a chance.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Councillor Folk.
Now, this procedural bylaw in place, so to speak, will this affect the reorg that you will do November the 8th?
No, because we are, it is in place.
Okay.
We're just looking to make some amendments to it, but
okay. Thank you.
It is in place. All right, thank you,
Thank you very much, everyone. All right, moving on to our next order of business, which is item M, our in camera, which is in regards to a land use, as per the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 18, disclosure of harmful to an individual or public safety. So with that, if I could get a motion to go in camera. That's the quote.
I make a motion to go in camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried, thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We're just coming out of in camera. If I could get a motion to come out of in camera, Councillor Foot.
I'll make the motion to come up in camera at this time.
Thank you very much. For our business in camera, if I could get a motion to receive the storm pond information, presentation as information. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we receive the storm pond presentation information, as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, gentlemen and ladies, we move forward now to the adjournment. I get a motion to adjourn. Councillor Pope,
Can I make the motion that we adjourn this time?
all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.